Okay, all right, everybody. Welcome to the main, let's say, talk of the day. Today is going to be a bit more esoteric than yesterday, I think, because we're going to talk about music. As I mentioned yesterday, I did a PhD in music generation for games, so that's a big part of my interest. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about AI and music, and try to answer the question, can AI help developers? And as spoilers, the answer is yes. Okay, before we move on, let me just give you like a general idea of what we're gonna cover. I don't know how much we're gonna do before the lunch break, but let's just take it by year and see a little bit how far we go. What I want to tell you is a little bit about what's usually called affective computing in let's say, academic jargon. The idea of how we can have something that affects, meaning like that changes or expresses some kind of emotional content, and how that relates to art, and especially music, of course, but specifically algorithmic music, music that's generated by a computer. I'm going to show you a couple of examples of affective content generation from my own research, and hopefully at the end I'm going to also tell you a little bit about how you can get started with generative music if you're curious. Otherwise, you're just going to have some fun, I think, trying to play with a new programming language and see what you can do with that. So that's going to be probably in the afternoon, I think. I don't think we have time to get that far. So, question for you. Have you ever played a game for a long time? Yeah, right. I think everybody in here probably likes games enough that we've played games for hours and hours. You know, like I can think of Breath of the Wild. I think I played it at least 150 hours, finishing everything. The Witcher 3, another game that's huge, probably about 200-ish hours. And a lot of these games are really cool, of course, otherwise we wouldn't play them for that long. But I think that even when there is really a high music production value, there is a risk with these very, very long games to induce boredom. And an example that I always think about is actually from The Witcher 3. I think maybe you're somewhat familiar with the game, an RPG based on fantasy novels by Polly Shorter. And the game is great. It's super fun. If you haven't tried it, I would definitely recommend it. It's, I think, one of the best RPGs of the last decade. But I noticed something that was really irking me by the end of it. Since it took me so long to go through all the quests because it was so enjoyable, every time you go in a tavern, doesn't matter where it is in the world, there would be this kind of Renaissance-like music playing, and it was the same every bloody time, in every place inside this world. And I got really bored with it. It really took me out of my immersion, because, you know, like, first time you're like, there's a nice music. After 100 hours, it's like, oh no, not again. I don't want to listen to this again. Damn it. So I think that there is a lot of space for content generation when we're talking about games, especially because now it's becoming easier to make larger games than it was once. I'm going to tell you a little bit about procedural content generation as well, at least give you like a quick introduction. Then I think tomorrow Joe is going to go much more in depth for you. So why should we care about music? I think that in games, and especially in general in interactive media, we do need some music that's dynamic, that's not just the same piece that plays all the time. This is quite different than in media like movies, right? A movie, you know, it's this amount of length. The composer can just sit down and say like, hey, I need to have something that covers 5 minutes. It's going to have some kind of peak at 3:45, and then chill out after that. So, and when it's done, it's done. For us, when we're talking about games, we don't know when the player is going to do something in the game. One player could do it in 5 minutes, one player could take 10 minutes, or do all kinds of weird stuff in the meanwhile. So there's a lot of options for for creating music that doesn't just play in the background, but follows what the player is doing. And the techniques that are currently used, and I'm going to show you something, are not currently very adaptive and are usually quite expensive to actually achieve something of with some kind of expression, with a good amount of adaptivity. And there's been a lot of research. I mean, procedural music is nothing new. If you go back in the literature, you can find examples of procedural music since computers were invented, basically. You know, people love to make music or make art in general. So as soon as computers were a thing, people were like, hey, can I make this thing make noise? I would like that. So there's examples from that from the 60s, so there's been a lot of research on this, but not so much about how to express some kind of emotional significance. It's more about, hey, let's make something that sounds nice. Let's make some interesting music, and not so much about how can we actually tell the computer, I want this music to be sad, I want this music to be happy, I want this music to say something. So that was kind of like the main question of my PhD. So how can we create music automatically in real time, but also in a way that it can influence player experience to create hopefully a better experience for the player and express some kind of emotional content or affect. Right, so very briefly, what is PCG, procedural content generation? I think that probably some of you have heard about the term before because it's pretty common in games, but I'm just gonna give a very, very quick introduction so that we're all on the same page in case you're not that familiar with it. Anybody knows this game? I see one person, and that's it. Two people, right. What, sorry?
Rogue created a genre.
Rogue created a genre. I think you're more familiar with roguelikes, right? Roguelikes come from this, from Rogue. I don't remember now the year. I think it's from late 80s, 87 maybe, something like that. Rogue is the original roguelike. Basically, if you want to know how it works, it's kind of a dungeon crawler, or what we would now call a dungeon crawler. You have a character, you go around these dungeons, you fight monsters, kind of like an automated D&D, or at least that was the original idea. It's one of the first games that does have procedural content generation, in the sense that these levels would change every time you start a game. The dungeons will be generated when you want to play them. So why do you think they did this? I mean, it's cool, right? But infinite content, right? But at the time, it wasn't really that much that people wanted infinite content. It was more the developer looked at this, and we're talking about the era where we had floppy disks. We had to have these on really, really limited amount of memory. And the developer was like, yeah, I can make maybe 10 levels, and then I filled up my memory. I can't really do more than that. I can't put more on the disk. So they were like, yeah, that's not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun playing 10, maybe even great, amazing games. But after that, the game is over. So that's kind of where procedural content generation actually started. It started because we didn't have the resources that we have now. That now we assume completely fine that we always have that. Like now we get updates for games of like in the order of 20 gigabytes. And we don't bat an eyelash. But at this time, you had hard drives that were in the order of a few megabytes. So it was a different time. It was completely different. And of course, when it came out, it made a huge splash, which is also why now we have roguelikes. The whole genre came out of it. If you're curious about playing it, you can play it. There's a lot of places online where you can emulate DOS version. You can just play it in your browser. There is in Steam now, exactly. It came out about a year ago. So if you want to support the developer, you can actually get it on Steam, and it works. It's quite cool as an experience from the point of view of looking at the history of games as well. What about this one? Anybody heard about this game? No? I'm not surprised, to be honest. It never came out as a proper game. It was more like a tech demo. And I have a small quiz for you. What do you think is procedurally generated here? Okay, we have one enemies, the weapons, the music, the level. Yeah. Actually, all of it. Everything you see here on screen. I think the music maybe not. I don't remember about that. I don't know if it had a music, to be honest. It's been a long time since I tried it. But pretty much everything we see here on screen, the geometry, the textures, everything is generated in real time. It was more of a tech demo. It never came out as a proper game. It was made in the context of a competition, like a tech competition that from early 2000, I think. 2004, thank you. And the cool thing is that the whole game was about a few kilobytes. So everything was just generated in real time. The game was super tiny. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool, right? It's quite interesting. Of course, didn't go anywhere, but nice to see that you can do this kind of stuff. Or, you know, that you could do that in 2004. I saw a few years ago, I still managed to play it. If you can find the executable somewhere. I don't know how easy it is at this point, but maybe if you use a virtual machine with an older version of Windows, you might be able to try it out. It's not great as a game, but it's a cool project. What about this one? We familiar with this? Never heard of it, right? Yeah, small indie game. Never heard of this. Just to change around a little bit. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know even what to say. I mean, we all know about Minecraft. It's, I would say, the game that brought procedural content generation to really the masses at some point. Because here we have everything. We have worlds that are completely generated. We have incredible diversity of things you can do, different biomes, different exploration, really focused, of course, on exploration. And I think it's a prime example of, you know, procedural content generation done really well. What, Left 4 Dead? We kind of spoiled it a little bit yesterday because usually people don't know what's procedural about Left 4 Dead. But we mentioned something yesterday. You remember what it was? The director, right? Exactly. Left 4 Dead has this AI director which creates this procedural narrative in a way. So I always like to bring it up because a lot of these examples of procedural content generation are just, you know, oh, we make levels or we make worlds. While this one is a bit more abstract, it's a bit less visible, but it's still, I think, super important. It's about the gameplay. The gameplay is procedurally generated. So for those of you that might not have followed yesterday, just to quickly summarize, the idea of the AI director in Left 4 Dead is that it kind of uses what they consider some curve of tension, and they want to, for example, spawn zombies, spawn special zombies, give you some ammo and so on, to create this situation where you get more and more stressed, very, very stressful, and then give you some time to relax after that. So they create this feedback where we have this loop going over and over. They also do some fun stuff, for example, that if the director sees that one of the players is a bit further away from the other ones, they would actually send zombies to that character to create more drama, to put that person in more danger, so that everybody has to come together and try to save them. There is also something about procedural music in Left 4 Dead. It's never been super clear what they're doing. They just mentioned at some point, hey, we do some procedural mixing. Oh yeah, you know a bit more about it, Joy? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. because they never really explained what they were doing exactly, and it just seems more. Yeah. Exactly, it's just mixing them, it's just putting them together. Exactly. So that's it for the small introduction to PCG, but I would like to ask, why PCG? What do you think? Why do we see this in the gaming industry? Variety, definitely. Yeah, like limitations if you think about old things. Exactly, exactly. So getting around limitations either in hardware or being able to have larger worlds, more complex stuff. If you think about Minecraft, it's not like it creates the whole world right away, right? It just has the procedure to create it, but it only does it as you explore it, because otherwise it would just take forever. It would be like too expensive. Any other ideas of why PCG might be a good thing? Reducing development costs, yes.
For instance, if you had a character that had a...
Exactly. Just to repeat it for the camera, as you were saying, if we think about animations, procedural animations, we could actually, instead of having a lot of different sets of animations that we need to create and then decide when to play them, we could just have something that's being created automatically, or at least modified automatically, depending on what's happening in the game. Very nice. I think that kind of covers it. So I think that's pretty much all the things that I had as well. So replay value, more content, more efficiency, especially also when we're talking about cost. If we look at some of the games that are being developed right now, they're much, much, much bigger than they used to be. And if we imagine having artists, level designers that build everything, every single rock, every single piece of the environment, that would be super intense. On that note, have you ever heard of Speed Tree? It's a tool that creates trees, Speed Tree. And it's not just used in the gaming industry, but it's used a lot in games. But it's also used in the movie industry. So if you see a forest in a movie and that forest doesn't exist, it's been generated, very, very likely they're using Speed Tree. So there's a lot of these procedural content generation tools that are not just something that you would use in the gaming industry, but they are kind of cross industries. And I think another thing I do like about PCG is that it allows designers to explore some crazier ideas, because we are a bit less limited by the fact that otherwise we need to have a lot of people working on these games. So this can really expand the kind of stuff that we can do. So how does PCG work? What do you think? Do you have any ideas? If you think about some examples of PCG that you might have encountered? Yeah. Yeah, so some kind of complex algorithm where we say, if I do this, then I do that, or if we're in this situation, I'm gonna create this kind of stuff. Yeah, in a nutshell, that's definitely part of it. Did you have any other? Yeah, exactly. We could have lots of presets that we just mix together in some ways, mix and match, depending on what we're trying to achieve. I'm sure that you're going to see a lot more of the examples of algorithms with Joey in the next few days. There's tons of things that you can do, and actually, I would say that the real answer here is that there's an insane amount of way that you can do PCG. Pretty much, if you think of any algorithm you can come up with, you could use that to do procedural content generation, and probably it has been used for something like that. So it's a very flexible domain. Probably also because PCG is so, in a way, vague, or like it's all-encompassing. Because maybe the technique that we would use to generate a texture is definitely not the same that you would use to generate a level, not the same that you would use to generate a player experience. So depending on what you want to achieve, you would need to find the right technique, or the one that fits that specific way better, that specific domain. But I think that if we want to bring it down to really like the nutshell, I think that PCG works with randomness and works with human design rules. So these are the two main components. You need to have some rules, otherwise you're just getting random stuff, which is not fun, or usually not very good. But there is always, or pretty much almost always, an element of randomness, because you want to have something that's not obvious, that's not always deterministic, but you want to get a wide range of different kind of content. So usually there is always some element of randomness in the algorithms that are used for PCG. Nice. So, other question for you, and I think we might take a couple of minutes to let you discuss this. What do you think makes a good PCG system? Again, think about your experience, think about the games you've played that have PCG, and yeah, where is the good PCG and where is the bad PCG? All right, everybody, I think we can continue. So what did you think? What do you think makes a good PCG system? Yes? Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so not truly random. I definitely agree with that because otherwise, randomness is not fun. It's just a mess. Yeah, exactly. Like we have floating blocks. We have maybe a dirt block next to a stone block, next to a lava rock. Everything is just a jumble or a mess.
A lot of like logical.
Exactly. Yep. Very good. Anything else? Yes. Tied to the player. Ah, yeah. That makes sense. That's an interesting point because, especially I think when we're going to talk about music, I completely agree with that. I think that the player should be driving some of this, or if not the player itself, what we want the player to feel or to do. So like, the designer needs to consider the player into this. Very nice. I think these are all super good points. To be honest, I agree with all of them. I think that if we want to bring it into like one word, I think that what's really important is that the content is somewhat meaningful. That ties a lot with what you said about the player input. It shouldn't just be stuff, right? But it should be stuff that means something to the player. So I really like to think it as meaningful content. If you imagine we're generating enemies, right? We want somehow that the enemies that we're creating make somewhat sense within the universe and convey some kind of meaning to the player. If we have a very dangerous enemy, maybe the player should be able to tell that this is a dangerous enemy compared to one that's a very low-level one. We don't want the player to just not know anything about what's going on. We need to convey stuff to the player. I think that's really what makes a good PCG system. And I think that Minecraft does this super well. Like, you look into an environment and you kind of know what this environment means, what kind of things you might find there. So what about audio? Leaving behind PCG, you're going to continue that with joy another time. What about in audio? What happens there? So one of the main big questions, I think, or the main two branches that has been used in the industry are either doing, playing music or having samples or procedural audio. And interestingly enough, old games use procedural audio and new games don't, or at least in some limited degree. It's not as much as them. The reason why this happened is that, like big, complex audio files take space. And again, once in a while, like long time ago in a galaxy far away, we did not have space on our computer. So we couldn't just put on, like a nice symphonic recording of a music piece. We had to actually use some kind of sampling, like that 8-bit music that you can still find around some way, because that doesn't take anything. It's just generated in real time, or at least to some degree. Even if the music is written down, the actual sound is created then. So I wanted to show you this. This is a game for the NES, or Nintendo Entertainment System. So it's a bit old, but I think it's a quite cool example of procedural music. Let's see if the sound is coming through. No? Yeah, let me try to turn it up here.
I can see it on the camera.
Okay, so maybe that's just low. No? Ah, there we go. Right. So I really love to show this because, you know, like you can really see that a lot of it is generated automatically, like as the player goes, right? And the player does play a part in the soundtrack generation. But it's really quite cool, I think. A really interesting example of early computer music, especially in games. So why should we do procedural music? Why not just go with the usual one? I think that in a way you can see that samples, if we have just a little bit of music recorded, are kind of like still images, right? They capture a sound in time, but not how we got that sound out. So I think that it's a lot more interesting to create the sound in real time rather than using samples, because samples are independent of game events. They're just something that your sound designer, your composer, or whoever is making the music for your game, or you found it online, made at some point, but without really any connection to what's happening within the game, or at least not a real connection. And it can become a bit repetitive, again, with the example that I had of The Witcher 3, where we have the same melody playing in every tavern. Another example of procedural music, this is from a smaller game called SimCell, but I think it's quite cool.
Here's my generative music synthesizer. It's made in a programming language called Pure Data, which I've been using for a long time now.
Oh. Okay, just a second. Clicked on the thumbnail.
And it's just a great way for me to quickly put stuff together for music and also for visuals as well. And the neat thing is that it's open source. You can download it for free. I'll put a link at the end of the video. And you can also download a lot of these components as well. So I'll also show you what the links are for those too. So the video game SimCell is put out by Strange Loop Games, and it's an educational game meant to teach high school students about the human cell. And so what I wanted to do with the music is to really have it so that people would be drawn into sort of like what life is. And so I thought that the best way of doing that is to really make the music literally come alive as well. So I was really inspired by the work of Brian Eno on the video game Spore, and they used Pure Data a little bit as well there, and they used generative techniques to generate the music. So Generative music basically just means that the notes are being generated as the music is playing. So it's kind of like the layer from the middle. And then when there's a to the instruments, there's a scene change, right? Or ramp it down. And you can hear the comb filter is also being stretched there. And then I can put it back to the default.
The general idea is that you have all of these synthesizer control and you can just change the parameters in real time. The music just gets created, and then depending on what happens within the game, you can change things around. He kind of mentioned it as well, but it's not something that a lot of people know about. Usually people guess that Spore has generative creatures, right? It kind of looks like the most obvious thing where procedural content generation could be used in the game. Actually, it isn't. They wanted to have them procedurally generated, but they're not. They decided it was too difficult. So the creatures that you see in Spore, all the different ones, are some handmade by the developers, and the other ones are made by other users, and they're just shared around. So you might see creatures that someone else has made coming in, but they're not procedurally generated strictly. Well, the music is. It's quite cool. As you can see from the title of this video, it's actually 10 hours of music, because it's infinite. It just keeps going. So the way that the music in Spore is generated is that they have lots of very tiny samples, very tiny sounds, and they put them together semi-randomly, or with some kind of logic behind. But it was designed to have this very ambient experience. But if we try to skip around a bit, let's go at 1 hour and 22. That sounds very similar there. Let's try to go a bit further. Now we have some different instruments coming in, playing some different parts. So maybe not the most interesting kind of music, right? But still, when you want something in the background, something that it's not going to become too boring. They expected people to play Spore a huge amount of time. As you might remember, if you ever played it, it was not that good in the end. I remember the hype when it came out. It was, it sounded like it was, the second coming of Christ or something, but it really wasn't. It felt a bit flat, at least in my opinion. But they had a huge budget. They expected people to spend huge amounts of time to play it. And this is from the last part of the game, the Galaxy stage, where it basically never ends. It's super long. It's, to be honest, a bit boring. But at least it's nice that you don't have the same 30-second clip playing behind you all the time. One of the things that I want to mention about Spore is that while the music is, competent and does what it's supposed to do, it doesn't really communicate anything. It doesn't tell us anything. It's just background. And I think that's kind of a risk with a lot of these, this generative procedural music. I think it's still very important that we say something to the player, or that we build the music, the experience around the player itself. Oh, sorry, I went out of full screen. Let me just up. So what's up in the industry, you might ask? And I'm here to answer you. Mostly using samples, changing music tracks when stuff happens. Not really much else. That's kind of like the main direction the music industry, the gaming industry has had in the last 30 years, something like that. It hasn't really changed very much. So one of the other approaches, one of the more flexible ones, is creating sequences and then applying some kind of randomization so that you can kind of like put them together in different orders so that you get something that doesn't sound the same all the time. This is also used for other things that are not necessarily music. So if you encounter that at some point when you're putting maybe footsteps on your character in Unity, you can do some small randomization on the pitch, or you can have different samples that you want to put together differently so that you don't have always the same sound played at the same time, because that becomes super obvious and annoying for the player. So that kind of stuff is mainly what we're seeing in the gaming industry still today. The other thing is blending samples, so having still pieces of music that are written, but kind of like mixing them dynamically in some way when stuff happens within the game. And most importantly, this is the biggest one, it's layering. So the idea of layering is that you have a piece of music that's not just one file, but it's divided in different parts that play together, so that you could, for example, fade out the drums, or fade in, another instrument, so that you can change the way that the music is expressed in some ways to match, for example, the intensity of the game. And the game that came up with this stuff, or one of the prime examples, is Ocarina of Time, my favorite game of all time. And I just want to let you listen a little bit to the music here, because it's amazing.
You're greeted by a great open field and a magnificent fanfare that unfurls just as gradually. This style of music is cultural shorthand for the arrival of a notable person or the start of something important. Your adventure has truly begun, slowly, gently at first. But then with marching percussion and trumpets that shout their triumph. Of course, after you wander the fields for a bit and the day begins to drag on, a note of foreboding enters the composition. Pounding drums and the chaotic flashes of different instruments warn you of the danger to come. The piece is an orchestral sweep of different movements and varying textures, something that wouldn't be out of place on a John Williams soundtrack. But what really impresses me is just how different the rest of the compositions are in style and approach. You have the Temple of Time, which resembles
Can skip the rest. I could just stand there and listen to this soundtrack all day, so let's just skip that. But you can see that this game was really, I think, a revolution from the point of view of music. It was one of the first games, if not the first, that did this and did it really, really well. So after that, pretty much every game you can think of mostly uses this type of layering, this type of different things that you can mix together. If you're interested in playing with this, the main softwares that are used are Fmod and WWise. Those are the two main software for music mixing and in the video game industry. So let's see, what time is it? It's 12. What should we do? Should we stop here and continue in the afternoon? I think that's a good idea. All right, so thank you very much, everybody, and we'll continue later when we're going to talk about music. All right, I think we can start again. Hello again, everybody. Our lunch lasted a bit longer than planned, so sorry for the delay. So now I will continue with our small discussion about music. And I think let's start by talking a little bit about music. I have a question again for you. As you can see, I like to do this. Do you think music expresses anything? Yes? How many yeses do we have in the house? We have 4 yeses in the front, 3 no's in the back, maybe. Do you think music expresses anything? Yes, no? Yeah, okay, good. I like that usually when I ask this question, everybody's like, yeah, that's great, yes. But I've talked about this with some academics that work more in music, and they're like, I'm not so sure it does. I'm like, what? Really? Yeah, like apparently there is a school of thought, or that where they think that music is just nice sound that makes our brain go tingle, and it's like, yeah, that's nice, but I do think it's more of a communication tool. Like we can express things with music, at least to my opinion. That's quite obvious. I do like that, and I think we can also we also see that from our research as well. I think you might be more familiar with these statues. Have you seen them before? No, really? I thought that, like, usually when I show this to my students in Europe and so on, they don't know about them. But I thought in North America it would be a bit more famous. Yeah, I can see someone there at least. It's in New York. It's 2 statues close to Wall Street. And I don't know, there was a bit of a controversy a few years ago about this. Mostly the bull statue that you see is completely separate from the statue of the girl. They're 2 completely different art pieces. And the bull statue had been there for, I don't know, 40 years, something like that. It's like, if you go to New York, it's, on all the guides of, like, funny things to go see and stuff like that. But about 4 or 5 years ago, something like that, they put that statue in front as a kind of a temporary exhibit. And there was a big controversy because that changes the way that we perceive these art pieces quite a lot, right? Like before, the bull was there alone and was seen as, kind of like, oh, American symbol of strength, the economy going and all that stuff, whether you believe in that or not. But then when you put in front the statue of the girl, the statue is called Indomitable Girl, by the way, then the bull takes on a more sinister tone, right? It looks like it's about to trample the girl, but she doesn't give a shit. And she's like, no, I'm gonna... and of course, the artist that made the bull is still alive. I was very upset about that. I was like, why did you do that? No, that's changing everything about my statue. So where am I going with this, with showing you this? I want to make a point that I think art is, not something we can control completely. So the artists for the bull had something in mind when they made the statue. And I mean, for a period of time, people perceived that in the same way that the artist kind of intended. But then something happened and things changed. So I think it's important to consider that while we can express, or at least I really believe we can express things through music, art, games, whatever you want, once we put it out there, then it's about the context and the listener, the viewer, the player, deciding how to interpret this, how to see it. But I don't think that means that it's pointless to try to convey something. It's still important. We just need to kind of come to terms with the fact that whatever we create, once it's out there, could be seen in a completely different light than what we actually wanted it to look like. So a couple of important questions, I think, when we're talking about music and generative music, is the difference between dynamic and adaptive music, and when we're talking about affect, the difference between emotions and moods. So let me try to go a little bit deeper into that. And also, I want to discuss a little bit about why is it so hard to have systems that are both adaptive and effective. And of course, I'm going to say this, we're going to discuss this in terms of music, because that's what I do. But this applies to all kinds of other generative systems. I would definitely say so. So what is the difference between a dynamic and adaptive? Dynamic means that something is able to change, right? That maybe something happens in the game and we have some kind of change. Imagine we're going through the overworld, a monster pops up, the music changes. That's dynamic. Adaptive is bringing it a little bit further, where it's not just about reacting to something that happens or being able to make some changes, but actually adapting to the player experience. So doing something that's more, again, meaningful, I would say, that actually conveys something to the player. And I mentioned this word affect a few times now. So just to define it a little bit better, affect is usually what we describe as the experience of feeling or having emotions. And emotions are usually spontaneous mental states, something that, you know, we don't have to think about, we just feel it, it just happens to us. Often accompanied by physiological changes, so if you actually have some sensors, you can usually pick up some of this, not everything, but there is a lot of research on doing this as well from the physiological point of view. The other thing that I would say is interesting in the affective space is more moods. And I actually worked much more with moods than emotions, because I think that moods are quite interesting within the context of games, more than emotions. Because again, games are something that we experience for usually a pretty long time, right? Do we remember, when I think about my own experience, I might remember like an emotional climax that happens at some point, but usually those are scripted in some kind of cutscenes rather than something you encounter in the wild within the game. But what I definitely remember about a game that I played for a long time is the kind of mood that I felt. How did I feel when I was playing this? What was the kind of feel that the game was giving me? So I focus much more on moods within my research. And to just give a small difference between them. So as we said before, emotions are kind of like a state that we can control, and it has a definite focus. We're not very happy about something random or something that just happens. It's about specific things. While moods are a bit more unfocused and diffused, emotions last very little or a small amount of time. Moods can stretch on for much, much longer periods of times. But they are more, lower intensity in some way. So I don't know if any of you have ever encountered this. This is the circumplex model of affect. It's something that's been around for quite a long time, defined by a psychologist called Russell. He basically did a lot of studies in trying to figure out how we can model emotions and moods. And he came up with this model, with this idea, that we can actually plot emotions in this bidimensional space, where we have this valence dimension, which is more positive to negative emotions, and an arousal one, which is more from stressed to very calm. By the way, he called it a circumplex model of affect because he found out that if you go towards the center of this space, it's very hard to define what that emotion would be. Because it's just like, if it's not positive and it's not negative and it's not stressful, it's not calming, it kind of is nothing. So he did a lot of studies about this and found out that you can kind of plot them in this circle. This is quite old research. A lot of things have happened since then. This is still a very used model, but it has been expanded. There's some, let's say, newer version with a third dimension as well, called dominance. But for a lot of cases, this is all plenty. It works perfectly fine. The other thing that I think is an interesting difference, or at least an interesting thing to consider when we're talking about expressing emotions is that there is a difference between being able to recognize something from perceiving some state and with eliciting it, actually feeling it. And I think this is a very, very tricky part of this type of domain. Because imagine I let you listen to a sad piece of music, and you can tell, like, hey, that sounds kind of sad. Does that make you sad? I don't know, maybe, but maybe not, right? And there is actually quite a lot of research that supports that we're very individual in this sense of how do we perceive and, sorry, not how we perceive, because that's more connected to social aspects and what kind of music culture we have, but how we experience music changes depending on us individually. For example, some of you might like to listen to sad music when you're sad and then maybe feel even better, you know, something like that. I do listen to some music that, when I'm feeling down, I might listen to some music that's kind of sad and that makes me feel better rather than makes me feel worse. So most of my research was actually focused on perceived effect rather than elicited, even though I think that's the next step. It's just really difficult to get there. Just to show you some of the things that have been done in music generation. I'll start with this one. See if we still have the sound. Oh yeah, there. No. The music player that's playing, and we have the system that listens and creates a response. So we have this jazz duet improvisation. This is a very cool system based on evolutionary algorithms, which are some of Maya Joy's favorite techniques as well. So you're definitely going to hear some or learn some more about that in the future. This is a bit more recent. It's based on deep learning, as I'm sure you've heard a lot of talk about that in the recent years. In this case, the top line of music is given, and the other three are created by the system. Pretty cool, right? It's very convincing. It's quite nice. This is I should have updated this because now they had a new version a little while ago. But this is from a system developed by Google called Magenta, where they were trying to make some music pieces that sounded like pop songs, or at least they trained it on pop songs. All right, I think we get the idea. So how do these actually fit when we think about in terms of adaptive and effectiveness? One of the main issues that I have with these systems, even for example Deep Bach, which is I think very convincing, it creates music that sounds like Bach, it's really nice from that point of view, is that they don't really know how to express things. They're just making stuff. They're just, you know, like if we think about the Bach, it just crunched a lot of Bach's compositions, distilled some things that make the style of Bach what it is, and then just, you know, it just spews out. It doesn't really think about what was the point of this piece of music. Was there actually something interesting here that Bach was trying to express? And I think that's one of the things that are somewhat sad about the state of the research on this up until now. A lot of things fall inside this non-affective part of the spectrum rather than where we're actually trying to express something. And then, of course, we have also the dynamic and adaptive part. So dynamic, as we said before, is something that is able to change, while adaptive is more something that is able to react appropriately to something that happens. So, for example, Gen Jam, the one where we saw with the human playing together with the computer, is definitely adaptive. It's responding, it's listening, it's doing something together with them. While, for example, Deep Bach is just like, yeah, here's the first line, just follow it, come up with something that makes sense. The same with Spore. Spore was nice, it created some nice ambient music, but it doesn't really do any kind of consideration about what's happening within the game, should we change things, and so on. Here I have a couple of examples of other adaptive and effective to some degree things, which I don't have sadly a video to show you, but if you want to find out the paper where they were discussed, we have the reference over here. And Metacompose is a system that I designed during my PhD, which I'm gonna show you something from in a little bit. I would say that most game music ends up being somewhere in that space, because it's usually either trying to do something adaptive but doesn't really end up being able to express much from a point of view of emotions, or it does the affective, but it doesn't really do the adaptiveness. It's more like, I have a nice piece of music that expresses something, maybe we can do some changes by switching some parts of the music, maybe through layering, so it's a bit dynamic, but it doesn't really respond too much to what the player is doing. To what is happening within the game. What, sorry? Oh yeah, sorry. There's a lot of brown going on there, but it's not Joey, it's someone else. It's a common name. So why is it hard to have adaptive and effective systems? It's, just to give you an example of 2 online games, these 2 that you see here are screenshots from Multiplayer Battletech and Anarchy Online. I don't know if you heard about them. They're nice, right? But they actually wanted to have a very complex music system, because being MMOs, they expected and they wanted people to be in the game for insane amount of time, right? They wanted people to play for years. So they tried to have something like this. And their composers came up with something like this. For Multiplayer Battletech, they had to write 200 music segments. For Anarchy Online, 750 music sequences, and then figure out ways to combine them depending on what's happening within the game. And this is only to achieve dynamic and effective music. So without actually looking at what the player is doing, just having a dynamic soundtrack that doesn't sound all the same and still conveys something, but without looking at the player. So as you can see, it's really, really difficult and really, really expensive from the point of view of developing this stuff as well. So there is definitely a big trade-off, I think, we can observe from what we see outside between the effective dimension and the adaptive. If we want something that adapts, usually we're less likely to be able to do the effective part because of the complexity added, and the same goes the other way around as well. And I think the reason for that is that traditional composition techniques are really not very well suited for doing this type of, for getting this type of music. So let me tell you just a little bit about this system I designed, MetaCompose. I designed it with the express purpose of working with games, of working in real time, and I wanted to make sure that we could add variation, but also change the expression of music as we went on to achieve this adaptive and effective states as well. So the general idea was to have small music compositions, things that were relatively short, relatively small, that we could connect to a particular scene or level or something within the game. Being able to add some variations so they don't always play the same, they're not going to become too boring too fast. And then adding real-time change to the music based on game events. So usually this is how we would write music. Even if you don't know how to write music, you can see, it's a sheet of music, we have notes, we write them down, and then we have some people play it, or we play it ourselves, or we ask the computer to play it. This doesn't work so well for this domain. It's too static, right? It's too written down in stone. So the way that I structured this was more like this. I thought that we could have an abstraction of a piece of music, so some key information. In this case, it was a chord sequence, a melody, and a basic rhythm. And then have some improvisational agents. So some other, let's say, players that within the system will take this abstraction and create it render it, let's say, into actual music. And since this is kind of a separate step, we can change the way that the agents decide to play the music to express different things, while still keeping this original core, musical core. So just to give you a small sample of how some of this sounds like. This is a recording, of course, but this would be generated in real time. And I think, if I remember correctly, this is all the same piece or the same kind of abstraction, but rendered differently. Sorry. I scrolled by mistake. Let me just do this one instead. So how was this structured? Just to give you an idea in case you want to try to build a system of this kind as well. Again, it doesn't have to be necessarily a music system. It could build any kind of other things. But the idea that I had is that we have, of course, our game, which can sense various messages. So you can say we're entering a new scene, we're entering a new world state, to the composition generator, which is what generates the abstraction of a piece. And I had an archive to keep track of, like things that were already generated, so we have consistency going overall. But then this abstraction is sent to, let's say, the musician, the improvisational part, the one that take this and then change the way that it's expressed to show different kinds of effective content. And of course, then it's played. I think I'm going to skip this because maybe we're taking a little bit too long, and I would like to show you a bit of practical stuff. But before we move on, I just wanted to say a little bit about, does it work, right? So can people actually perceive what we're trying to express through this? What we found out is that it kind of works. Some parts are not perfect, but in general, yes. So we found that transitions, so going from one expression to another, are usually correctly perceived. So people can tell if something is getting sadder or getting happier or more stressful or more calm. Arousal was actually quite good. So people could tell if something was trying to express something more calm or something more stressful. Valence, not so much. It's like people could tell very well between, this is very sad or very negative and very positive, but in between it was a bit more, it wasn't super clear. What we found out is that that arousal changes seem to have an effect on how the valence was also perceived. So we assume they were more or less separate variables, but they seem to have an effect on each other, at least based on our theory. If you're interested, you can find a bit more about it on this paper we published. Now quite a few years ago now. To show you another thing, we, of course, since we care about games, we wanted to apply this to games and see if it would change the way that people perceive a game. So we tried to apply it to checkers, which I think you're probably pretty familiar with. So we wanted to see if the player experience would change by using this kind of system compared with static music, and whether we could also see some difference if we try to express the game's internal state in music or not. And one thing that I'm sure you're wondering is, why the hell checkers, right? I mean, it's not really the most obvious game that makes sense. But we chose this because we thought checkers was the maybe least narrative game that we could think about. Like, there is very, very little of other things that can influence how the player experiences, right? Even if you think about chess has pieces that have names, they have roles, and so on, while here everything is more or less the same. So it was to eliminate all kinds of other external variables that could influence the way that you perceive the game. And in case you're wondering, I think this is actually quite fun to come up with. How can we follow the state of the game? So we decided to define it this way. So valence, the positive, negative, was connected to how good the current state of the game was for the player. So how well the player is doing, basically. And arousal, how much was at stake for the next move. So a high state of arousal would be when we have a lot of choices, or we have choices that could change the direction of the game very much. While, if you only can make choices that don't really matter that much in the long term, then it would have been a low, stressful situation. And one interesting thing here is that if people are not very familiar with the game, this is something that's not too obvious. They might not know that the next move that they're gonna try to do is actually one that is stressful or not, right? They might just not know that's a thing. We were wondering if that was gonna come up in some ways, that people would experience that the music was actually telling them something, but we actually didn't find anything particular in that. I think people didn't really realize that was that specific kind of hint or information embedded in the music. So just to show you how the experiment kind of looked. So I'm gonna make a stupid move now. I'm gonna get a piece eaten. You can hear that things are not going well for me anymore. And now I did a really stupid move. If you could feel the music was a little bit more intense there. And I think in a moment now I'll be more or less with no way of, oh yeah, in the last part I kind of didn't have a lot of ways of getting out. I lost a lot of pieces, the game was kind of over, and the music kind of calmed down because there was really nothing at stake anymore. I was just doing really poorly. I would say depressed. Was the way I would define that music. So if you're curious to know what we found out, is that when we had the music that followed the game was actually better perceived. It sounded like people understood that, or at least kind of felt that the music was following the game. The quality was better, was perceived as higher. And we also found something not so significantly, but that the game was more engaging when the music was matching the excitement that was actually inside the game itself. And the static group was when the music was just playing without expressing anything, just keep on going. And random, where the changes were more randomly, were similarly perceived, but not very good. Definitely worse than when we were trying to follow the actual game. There are some limitations to this, but if you want to know a bit more about that, I would reference you to the paper, or we can talk about it later if you're interested. So to conclude, before we move on into the more practical part, why is this interesting? I think that even from these first experiments that we found, I think we really show that there is something there. And I do not want to make a case to removing, the composer. I actually got hate mail at some point. I mean, like, you're trying to take my job? No, I'm not. It's fine. I still think composers should definitely be there. I just think that we need to change the paradigm or the way that we think about composing for this interactive medium. And I do hope that game designers, as you guys, probably will also kind of get an insight about how this is not something that's completely useless. This is something that's that could really help creating compelling experiences, much more than how currently video game music is perceived. Yeah, and I really hope that composers will actually see some of the potential here and move on. I think that with the latest improvements that we are seeing in large language models, ChatGPT, and so on, we could use those tools to improve this stuff as well, even if I have some reservation on that type of systems. Of course, one thing to keep in mind is that there's a lot more in games than just music. Music is a part of the whole. So it's not clear from what we've done now what is the actual magnitude of this. As I mentioned, for example, in that experiment, we choose checkers to try to remove all the other variables. But that doesn't mean that we know how much that has an importance in maybe different genres. Maybe some genres are gonna get more from this, some genres are gonna get less. So I think we do need to explore this type of music or this type of systems with more games with different characteristics to figure out, what works where. And the final thing that I want to leave you with is kind of what I think is the future. So what about making people feel? I think that music is really like a direct way into our brain. We can really feel a lot by listening to music, but it's very difficult to figure out exactly how can we make people feel. As I mentioned before, there's this difference between what we perceive and what we actually, what is elicited in us. So I think this is what I would like to see in the future, and we're not there yet, not in any way. But like the idea is that we have a player playing our game. We have our music generator that creates some effective music and expresses that. The game, of course, says what kind of state we would want the player to be. But what we're missing is this part. I think we need to know how the player is feeling, or learn how the player is feeling and how the player reacts to music, to figure out what is the right combination to change the way that the player is actually feeling into the desired state that, for example, the designer defined. So I think that's it for the more, let's say, theoretical or industry research part. And I would just want to spend some time to show you how practically you can do some procedural music and audio but I think maybe we should take a small break before that, and then we'll continue in maybe it's almost 2, maybe 10 minutes past 2. I think that sounds good. Right, so thank you very much, and I'll see you in a little while. All right, everybody. So in this last final part of today's talking, I'm just going to tell you a bit more about how you can actually do this in practice. So first of all, I just want to tell you some of the main approaches. If you look back at the literature about music generation, mostly fall into these categories. Either you have some mathematical models, because to be honest, especially if we're talking about Western music, we are very focused around math. Like we have a lot of things that, musical dices, musical games, even, from centuries ago, all use some kind of mathematical stuff to come up with somewhat interesting phrases, some interesting music. So there's a lot of stuff done with the mathematical models. They can be knowledge-based systems, so where either you put the knowledge in, or someone that's an expert, that's a composer, and can tell you some knowledge that you can put in the system to make decisions. It can be grammars. Maybe Joy will mention those at some point tomorrow, but it's some quite interesting way of generating structured content. There can be evolutionary methods, which is ones that I do use. We don't have time to go into that, but check out evolutionary algorithms. They're a super cool family of algorithms. Or you could have system which learn, so something like neural networks, where you feed a lot of data in, and they figure out some kind of relationship between what's happening within the data, and use that to generate new data. Or some hybrid systems, where you take a bit of all of this, some of them, combine them, and so on. Usually those are pretty successful, but yeah. It's really very much like pick your own poison, choose what makes sense to you. About useful tools, so what you can actually use to do this. I'm going to show you a little bit about Pure Data. It's a graphical programming language that is specifically made for working with audio and also video, even if I haven't used it so much for video. But it should be doing that as well. So mostly manipulation of audio and video sounds. Pure Data is actually kind of an open source version of this other program called Max MSP, which only works on Macs. So pretty much nobody, apart from musicians that like Macs, use that. But just so you know, it exists. Then there's Super Collider. It's another interesting tool, a bit more close to normal programming, so it's not visual, but it's used a lot in live coding, not in the sense that we were talking about yesterday, where we were coding together, talking about it, but more like live performances, where you do some code and that makes music, and it's kind of like a virtual, yeah, it's like just a performance. It's just concerts where instead of having someone there with an instrument, they have a computer and they start writing code, and that's music. I would say check it out. I'm not sure. Could be, but yeah, like in the music industry, Max MSP is still quite popular. Super Collider is a bit more for nerds, I would say, but check out, look on YouTube, live coding, Super Collider, and you can find some really cool stuff there. C-Sound is a library that you can use to generate sound based in C. It's written in C, but you can use it in other languages as well. So if you just want to generate sounds from code, that's another option. And Reactor, VCVRAC are more commercial ways of doing programs that allow you to do this. Otherwise, there are quite a lot of libraries out there that you can use in whatever language you want. Of course, your experience might vary between library and library, as it usually is. So what if you actually want to use this also in Unity? Sadly, there isn't really a super clear pipeline to work with this type of tools and Unity. Unity supports the main tools used by the industry, as I mentioned before, WWise, Fmod, but those are not really that suited for doing this type of algorithmic music, and Unity doesn't support anything else that does. So Pure Data can be kind of shoved in through some libraries, but the setup can be a little bit difficult. Other thing you can do is to have your generative system running on the side of your Unity game and just, for example, talk through TCP/IP. But it's not great for distribution because then you have to kind of package both things in a way that they start at the same time. So I use that in research, but it is definitely not the best way to distribute something for general use. I put a link in the slides. Of course, you can't see it here, but when I share the slides, I have a link on some tutorial that could help you get started on that using pure data. So let's take a look at a small, at least a small view of pure data and how it works. If you're interested in trying to do things on yourself, you can try to download pure data as well. I actually saw that on these computers, the pure data basic version doesn't work. But if you look at that, if you find that QR code and you find this kind of like version of pure data that's called PD extended, there is a zip file that's standalone that actually does work out of the box on these computers if you want to try it. While you do that, I can start showing you a little bit about how this works. So when you open pure data, you see something like this. And this is kind of like, the log window where you see what things happen, or if you want to print some messages. If we want to make a program, we can click on Files and New, and you get this, again, very empty window, which doesn't look like much. And the trick here is that in pure data, it's as I mentioned, it's a visual programming language, so it doesn't actually you don't actually write code. You just put in some objects. These are the main ones. Objects are basically functions, things that do something. Messages are some kind of inputs that you can send. Numbers are, well, numbers. It's not really much to say. Symbols and comments are a bit less useful, but let's start with this. So if we take an object and we throw it in, it doesn't look like much, again, but we need to kind of know what kind of functions we have. So just as in Unity, we need to figure out what are the names of classes and functions that we can use. It's a bit the same here. So for example, if I say plus, and then I click outside, this becomes an addition block, which takes two inputs, the things at the top, and throws out an output. So just try to see how it works. So if I take a number block and I put it down here, then you just connect them with lines. You just basically pick up where you want some signal to go and put it where you want it to end up. And let me just make a couple of other numbers. Oh, right, that's just attached it for me, but it attached it in the wrong place. Again, in the wrong place. There. So if we do this and we connect these two to the inputs of the plus, then we can start by trying to see this. If you see right now, if I click on something and I move it around, it just moves. That's because pure data has two modes of working. One is the edit mode, and one is the execution mode. So if we unclick this or we hold Control, we can switch between the two modes. I'm just going to take this off, and now I can just kind of hold on top of this and change, or I could just double click, or I should be able to also edit the number. But we can see that this is working, kind of, right? Because now nothing happened. And it's because pure data is a little bit weird. Calculations usually happen only when something enters the first input. So you see here, I'm changing this number here, and nothing really happens. But if I change this, now the calculation is triggered, and we get an output. It's a bit tricky. It takes a little while to get used to it because it's a bit weird. And another thing you can do is that you can have multiple things coming into an input. So you can connect many things to inputs, and it's not just like when usually we have functions that take just one thing. And what we can do here is that it's a little bit tricky. This one that I put down is this object called a bang, which basically just sends a message of do something and nothing else. So if now I change this, we didn't get any update on the output, but if now I click on this, on the bang, it's triggering, basically reading the input of the two things coming in, or two messages, and then putting out, like throwing out the output. It's a bit different than usual programming, right? It's a bit weird. One of the things that I think is the most interesting thing of Pure Data, or like one of the things that I love the most, while it can be a bit janky and sometimes your code becomes very spaghettified, is that it has the best documentation you've ever seen. I'll show you. If you take an object like this plus, you right-click on it, and you click help, you get the documentation, basically, the help, but that's also a program. So you can actually test all of these things directly into that. So if I start changing things, we can actually see them happening in real time. This is the best documentation I've ever seen. Because it's really reactive. You can try to do all kinds of stuff instead of just, it's some text that tells you this is a class that does this thing, and these are the methods. You can actually see them in action and play with them, which I think is amazing. Okay, so let's see. Oh, sorry, clicked the wrong one. Okay, let's see. Let me just show you very quickly what we could do related to music. So what if we want to make some sounds? One of the nice things about Pure Data is that since it's based around making sound, it has a lot of stuff that's already pre-made. So for example, we can create an object of type osc for oscillator. And let me see if I can find where the symbol is, with a tilde in the end. And that basically creates a sine wave for you based on whatever frequency you feed in at the top. You might wonder why I put that tilde at the end. A lot of times in Pure Data, you have two versions of objects, one with the tilde and one without. And usually the ones without are more numerical things, or things that take in input some numbers and send out some other numbers as output. While with that, it sends out an audio signal instead. So it becomes more, something that sends out a continuous signal. But if we just have that, it's not really going to do much for us because it's just going to be a sound, but it's not rendered. So let's also make it go out. We can use for that DAC. If some of you does some audio stuff, that's for digital audio, digital to analog converter. So it takes digital sound and actually sends it out to our speakers. So we could just feed the output of the oscillator to the DAC. But one of the things to be a little bit careful is that usually is a very high, very loud sound, because it is just a sine wave between 0 and 1 where it's maximum level and lower level. So we probably want to scale it a little bit. So let me just scale it by something. I'm going to put a multiplication thing with the tilde because I want to multiply not just a number but an audio signal. We connect it to the output, In this case, the output, see, it has two because it's the left and right channel. And let's also put in how much we want to multiply it with, which I think maybe let's start with the 0.1 and edit it. .1, plug it in. And finally, let's see what kind of frequency we want to put in. So let's add a number and feed it into the oscillator. So that's a number in hertz. So right now it would be 0 hertz, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's put it a bit higher. 400 hertz is the kind of middle C, if I remember right, or it was 440. I'm not sure, but see. So now in theory we should hear something, but we need to activate this toggle over here. That's the one that kind of says, okay, now use the audio card. I think we should start hearing something now. If I have the audio setup properly made. No? Weird. Not sure why. Let me see if no, I'm not getting any. Oh, okay, now it's coming. What about this? See, maybe I'm on the wrong card. Audio. No, the output should be correct. Let me see, if I try to open this as the help, which is again super nice that you can do this. No? Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. Let me try to save and restart the program. Now it's doing something. Ah, there we go. Oh, it's coming out of my computer. Just a second. Almost there. Ah, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful sine wave. Exactly. It's like your own theremin, where you can just play with it. Yeah, theremin. It's basically, the same concept, just you control it with a slider instead of having to move your hand. But it's quite simple. Some of the things here that we didn't see in the small example I was writing is that we have this tab right that just basically creates this visual representation so that we can see the sine wave as we create it. So if we increase the frequency, we should also see the sine wave down here that increases the frequency as well. And these are some controls. So this line command basically creates numbers that go from some number to another number based on the input. In this case, you can see it's these ones. So it goes to 0.1 in 100 milliseconds. When I click this button, see just a little bit of ramp, like whoosh, and then it goes to 0 in 100 milliseconds when I press this. And this is just fed to the multiplier, just as we saw before. And we can also see that happening if I put a number object over here, and I just put the line output here. Oh, sorry, it's I cannot actually see that because the line in this case it's a line with an audio. But if we create another line without that, just to see it, the new object. Line, and we take it over here. I'm gonna send this message to this line as well, and then the output to this one so we can see it happening. It's a bit fast because it only happens in 100 milliseconds, but you can see very quickly the number changing there. And if we make a new one, maybe a bit of a larger one to see, I create a message, which are these weird symbols here. Let's say we want to go to 10 in 1 second. Sorry, it's a bit difficult to see. I'll just move it now. Oh, I touched my input cable, sorry. Yeah, we're back. So if I press this, we should go to 10 in 100 milliseconds, so in 1 second. And you can see it going for us. So you can use these line things to just create these nice transitions between numbers. But I mean, how cool is it that we can actually modify the documentation and see like things happening? I love that. Every documentation for programming languages should be like this, with code that you can execute and try. It's great. I wanted to try to build together with you a little bit more of a synth to show you. But I don't know, I feel like we're running a bit out of time. We only have about 15 minutes on the schedule. So I think I'm just going to show you something that I did in preparation of this. Do we have another hour? No, okay, then we can do things a bit. We can take it a bit slower. Nice. All right, so let me continue with our plan then. Okay, so now this is the same as what we saw there, just a little bit less nice. So it's just a very basic. We can control the frequency, and that just goes into the output. Nothing too interesting there. It's also a bit boring sound-wise, right? Because it's just a sine wave that's not super interesting on its own. So let me see if I can make it a bit more interesting. Have you guys ever heard of additive synthesis? Yes? Or one person, that's nice. So additive synthesis is the concept of we take a wave or a sound wave, and we sum other sound waves on top of it. So we just kind of make it more textured, more interesting by doing that. So imagine we have our sine wave, we have a different sine wave, we put them together, smoosh them together, we get something with a bit more texture, with more interest. And we could just do that with any frequencies, right? Just throw them in, but that might not sound super well. Usually that's what makes a difference between different instruments. When you hear a guitar playing, when you hear a violin playing, when you hear a keyboard playing, they have different texture because of this, because we don't just hear the one sine wave of pressing a C button, but we get that plus some overtones, some other frequencies that come with the type of instrument we have. So let me try to put one very quickly together for you. Make a new object. I'm gonna multiply. One typical things for making sound waves sounds nicer is to put sum together sound waves that are somewhat multiples of each other. So if we start with one and then we put on top of it one that has a multiple of it, that usually sounds pretty well. It's pretty good. Overtones, exactly. Very good. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure everybody would understand, but yes, that's exactly what overtones are. So let's do multiply it by 1.5. And then we're gonna have this as debug so we can see it. Then we add another oscillator so we can make the actual sound coming out. And let's do that a few times. So I'm gonna duplicate this block a couple of times. Sorry, what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm making a full set of overtones.
Oh, just a couple. We're just gonna do, I think, so it's multiplied by 1.5. Let's do maybe 2, maybe 2.5 and 3, just to have a few. But you can have as many as you want, obviously. Okay, let's do that. Let's do 3. 1.5, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1 to 5, right? Yeah, I mean we can have as whatever numbers we want. Mm-hmm.
Because,
Yeah. All right, but let's try to see. Let's first try to hear if we can put it together. And of course, we need to also put them together, right? Because right now, if I attach this, now whenever I change, let's say the master frequency, these other ones should also be updated. There we go. And we need to put them together, right? Let's put them together. Oh, on tilde. Yeah. I'm gonna delete this line, have it instead go in here, and then also send these ones in. I can tell you, actually, let me wait doing this. We're just gonna do it in real time. And then we send this back into here. Okay, I'm gonna activate it, hopefully it won't be too noisy. Okay. Why are we not hearing anything though? Oh, sorry, this is multiplied by 0, so it's not really doing anything. Let me just throw a multiplication in. Okay, there we go. So now we have our frequency, we can change it. It's a bit boring. Let's try to add some overtones. Amazing, right? Pure music right there. It's a bit messy, right? It seems like there's too much going on. That's because usually overtones are lower in volume. So what we're missing is that we're just putting everything together at the same kind of level. But the higher the overtones are, usually the lower they are. So we can add a small change here. Sorry, maybe I actually need to start making this a bit larger. We're starting to be a bit cramped. Move all this a bit lower. There we go. And now let's multiply these by something. Let's maybe start 750 multiplied by 0.5 multiplied, oops, by 0.25, and finally multiplied by 0.10. Missing connection here. Sometimes it can be a bit difficult to actually see your connections. If I throw them all in like this, they're actually getting all summed now. Oh, actually I changed my mind. Let's do it while we can hear it, so we can see how it works. Oh, I touched that again. Okay, so now we're back at our base frequency, and now let's add the overtones. I should have brought a mouse. It's really difficult with the touchpad. Noisy than before. And it has a bit more texture. It's not as, just boring, plain sine wave as it was before. Oh, thank you. That's really nice. Thank you very much. Okay, let me set up my new hardware.
Oh, were you having to use like a keypad?
Yeah, I was using the touchpad, and it's when you have to find these tiny bits, it can be a little bit difficult.
I do not use iPad or iPad.
Yeah. It's not great. I usually always have a mouse, but as you know, I traveled quite a lot to get here, and I didn't think I was so important, but now I regretted it. All right, good. So now we have something that makes some sounds, but it's not amazing, right? It just kind of makes these continuous tones without ever changing. Let's try to make it so that it makes a note and then it dies out. So just adding something that, just as if we were to press, a keyboard or pluck a string, it goes up and then it goes down. What would normally be called in this type of thing, attack, sustain, and release envelope. So we can kind of use it by changing this, right? Here we have this multiplier by 1, which brings us to full sound. If we add a new, message that says 0, and we feed that in the same spot. Now I can turn it on and be like, just very simply, we have to click it, but it works, right? We saw before in the documentation for the oscillator that we have this nicer way to do ramps, so to go from one number to another. So we could use that to go from 0 to 1 with some kind of delay, or with some kind of going up and down. So let me just put that together very quickly, so we can see it. I keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. All right, so let's say that we want to go to 1 in 500 milliseconds. That's our ramping up with the sound. Then let's say that we want to go to 0 in 300 milliseconds. Maybe a bit more, actually. I usually like to do a ramp down that's a bit longer than the ramp up. I'm just going to change this to 300. Then we can play with it and see how we want to make it sound. if you remember before, we saw that there was this line function that allows us to do that. So we kind of want to feed this in as our two options, and then feed that into our multiplier, our volume control, basically. So if I click this now, it goes up, and we release. The only other thing that I think we are missing is having this a bit more automated, so we don't have to click on it ourselves. So what we can do is to just start going up, have a delay, and then trigger this from the code. Thankfully, there is a very nice, a very simple command called delay, where we just say how many milliseconds we want to wait. So if I press this, it sends the message to the line, but it also triggers the delay, and the delay after 100 milliseconds will trigger this other message, and it should go down. Let's see. Did I turn it off? No? Okay, why is it not working? Let me see. Sometimes might not like the type of message I'm sending in. Let's see if I throw a bang in the middle. That's kind of weird. I would expect that to work. Sorry, let me try to debug this a little bit. Let's see if we can see this coming out. Oh, it's coming out immediately, that's why. It's not doing the delay, you see? When I trigger this, we can see it goes in, but it also goes out right away, instead of waiting for the delay. I'm not sure why, to be honest. I don't remember why that could happen. Well, let's ask the documentation for delay. So if I say this, say bang. Kind of weird. Oops. It looks like it's working on the documentation, but not so much on ours. See if I do this. There we go. I don't know why it didn't. It looks like it's not taking this properly. Maybe I don't remember the syntax of the delay very well, but I sent in the delay time on this optional input, and now it seems to work. So we can click on this, we get the attack, we get the sustain for 100 milliseconds, and then the delay, the release for the other 800. So now the nice thing we can do is that if we take this, the one where we set the master frequency, and we attach it here, we should be able to have it trigger on its own and then go down. So if we send the message in the start, we should have a nice, pretty much automated system now. Especially if I take a bang over here, and I click it. So the only thing we need to do now, I think, let's say we have something, right now we have something that works and makes one note. That's a good start, right? But it's probably not amazing. We can't really call it music. Let's try to do a sequence of notes and then have that being sent to this so we can have it play. One of the other nice messages, nice programs is one for sending and receiving messages. Because as you can tell, this can be really messy. Like, there's going to be a lot of lines. When you have parts that are very complex, it's good to have some of these to send messages around. So I'm going to make a receiver. I think it's actually called receiver, but there is a shortcut with just R. And then you say what is the name of, let's say, the variable that you want to send. And we put it there. And then we do a send, shorten as S with the same name. So what enters in here comes out from the other box. So if I now make some messages just to test, for fuck's sake, always forget the shortcuts. And let's say 400, 440, 350, 100, and we connect these. Now we have a very limited keyboard that we can use to play. So what if we could trigger these ourselves, right? Or, well, not ourselves, now we can do it ourselves, but if we had something that, a program that does this for us. We can try to do that. Let's make a metro object. This is a metronome, so something that gives us a rhythm, sends out a bang every once in a while. Let's have some visual representation of that by attaching one of these here. And I didn't show this before, but there is a toggle, which is just like a checkbox that says yes, no. So if I start this, if I toggle it, we can see now the metronome is sending out a message, a bang, every 100 milliseconds, or every second. And if I disable it, it stops. So it's kind of like our starting point. Let's make it count. This is always a bit tricky. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. So if I connect this here, then this is an int, as you can see, integer number. And I should be able to, not this one. If we enable it, when we get a message into this, a number is sent out. That number is 1. But that's not very helpful, right? We want it to count up. That would be more useful to us. So we need to make sure that instead of just counting to 1 all the time, we count to something more, or to something that increases. So let's add a +1 over here. And if we take the output of this, we get it in, and we send it out. And I think that should work. Let's see. Yeah, it's a ++, right? It's easier in C# to do that. But the number comes out, it gets increased, and then sent back here to be sent out the next at the next trigger. Do you know the module operator? Have you encountered that in programming? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, the percent, exactly. That also exists here. So we can actually use that percent operator. And just as in normal programming languages, we have to say what is the number that's going to make it loop. In this case, we have 4 numbers here for frequencies, so let's use 4. And let's add a display for us to make sure everything is working fine. So I'm adding a number, not a message. Number. So if I could start it now, now we have a nice counter that goes from 0 to 4 and loops back. We just need this number to select which of these should be playing. And we can do that with another box called a selector cell, which works in a way that we have a number coming in. If that number matches what we're expecting, then a signal goes out as well. Otherwise, it's ignored. So we want to just do this for all of these ones, basically. And this is going to be 1, this is going to be 2, and this is going to be 3. See. So very simple looping of 4 notes. So you see the concept? We basically made a sequencer, very simple one, sure, but it works. And if we wanted more notes, we just kind of like duplicate some of this code, make it as long as we want. Let's see, I think the last thing we could do here, just to show you, is that I'm sure a lot of us don't really think about music and notes as frequencies, because it's, you know, it's a bit weird. Who remembers what is a frequency of what note, right? Well, good for you. Well done with you. I personally don't remember it. I mean, I get confused all the time. So we can change that to some other notation. Sadly, I don't think it actually supports, you know, the English notation with A, B, C, and so on. But it supports MIDI notation. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah. Yeah, basically the MIDI notation is from 0 to 255, I think. And each number is a note. So, you know, like, yeah, it's like if you take a keyboard, if you imagine a keyboard, the first note on the left would be 0, then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's quite simple to make a translation from that to actually, you know, actual music. Yeah. So we can use that because I think it's a little bit more natural. I mean, it's not super natural to us that might have studied music, but it's better than frequencies, I think. So let me remove these bits here, these specific frequencies, and let us add something where we can decide what is our notes that we want to play. And then we can throw in a message, another box called MTOF, MIDI to frequencies. So M for MIDI, F for frequency, MIDI to frequency. Since that's the type of message that the oscillator wants. The oscillator wants the frequency. So if we can convert that, it's going to be a lot easier to figure out. So let me see. So if we start it now, so it's a little bit simpler if you have some points of reference working with these, because then we're not working just with frequencies, but we're actually working with the notes that are part of Western musical notation. which is a bit easier to deal with. I don't remember exactly now, but what are the right numbers, but I think so we work in 12s. I think 60 is a medium, like a middle C, if I remember correctly. I can't catch it. Yeah. So 60 is a middle C, 61 would be the C sharp, and so on. So it's a little bit easier to handle that. And voila, we have a synthesizer, right? Maybe it's not super pretty to look at. It's not the most complex things, but we have a sequence. We have some way to control the sound, because if we change some of these overtones, for example, or the way that they're mixed, we get different sounds coming out. We have a way to control how fast the sound starts and how long it stays up and how long it goes down. Actually, I think that right now we never really hear the sound go down, because we have 300 milliseconds of going up, 1000 of staying up, and then 800 to go down, while we send a new note every 1000 milliseconds. So if we were, let's say that we're just going to bring this to 2500, then we should hear the notes coming up, down, and then going to the next one, because we have enough time between them. And of course, if you start playing with, how frequently these things happen, put on some randomness in there, change the type of notes, there you start getting something that becomes more organic and more interesting. What do you think? Do you have any questions? Does it make sense, kind of, what we've done here? Mm-hmm. No, it's fine, of course. Yes, remind me later. I have some links for. I need to find them on my bookmarks, but I have some links for pure data tutorials. I think it's a really good starting language to doing this, because being visual makes it a bit simpler to see how things are going. I tried to work with Super Collider because I am a code person, so I was like, oh, I'm so excited, I can actually do this through code directly, but it was actually a bit difficult to get in. It's fine. What happened? What's the emergency? No, okay, it was a test. All right, that's good for us. I like that it's a test. I prefer that to an actual emergency. Okay, I'm just going to show you one last thing, and just because I think it's interesting if you want to get more into pure data, because I know that this looks overwhelming and quite confusing, to be honest, but there is a really cool thing you can do. So these things are usually called patches in pure data language. We can call them programs or scripts in something else. You can make a box of type PD for pure data and give it a name. Let's say I'm going to call it sequencer. And that creates a new patch that is actually going to be this block. So you can make your own functions. So if I take all of this part here and I move it over here, now it's kind of like I have one function, or the master part of our script, and another function that works inside that because it's inside this block. So this is still working, I think, if I activate it. Oh, did I turn something off? I see that it's coming in. Okay, that's a little weird, because we can see with the banks here that messages are coming in, but I don't know why it's not playing the sound anymore. Okay, I tested the pure data gods a bit too much, and and somehow it stopped working. Okay, let me try to close it again and open it up. Yeah, maybe you're right. No, but, oh wait, yeah, you're right. Look at this, the frequency is wrong. It's very, I guess it's a very low frequency. Yeah, they're all zeros. Oh, these ones. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I just didn't notice. I guess it should come back now, but I maybe need to change the audio speaker again. Well, the frequencies now make sense. But you were right, the frequency part was definitely something. I think now I ruined it some other way. Well, sorry it's not working at this moment. I'm not sure exactly why. But you get the idea that you can kind of make things, put them together. And the other cool thing you can do is that you can create some interfaces as well. So for example, now I made this. If you go into properties of a patch, you can activate this Graphon parent, which is this box here. You can change the size and everything. And if you put something in there, then it appears over in the original patch. So you can kind of control things, have just the information you need to know, you need to have there. So it can be quite interesting, quite cool to build things like this. Yeah, exactly. Basically, you just have a control panel and you're good. Of course, you can also reuse these. So, like if you make one patch, then just drop it into another program and you're good. You made a synthesizer, you're very happy with it. Just take that, drop it in by saying PD sequencer, or in this case, we made a sequencer, but you can just reuse it wherever you want. So it's quite cool. Let me see if I can show you something a bit more complex, if I can get the sound to work. Let me just see. Before we jump into this. Yeah. Now, I think I just wanted to show you this. This was one of my music systems. Let me just deactivate it for a moment. As you can see, it's a bit more complicated. It took a lot of time to build this together. But just to show you the general concept, we have a bit of a more complex metronome that controls the tempo. Then we have these, which are kind of like, note generators. This over here that I made into a tiny keyboard is a filter. So we can, the notes that come down from the top can be filtered to have just the ones that fit whatever scale I want. And then these big things here are my synthesizers. If we open one of them, you can see it's a little bit of a mess, but it gets a lot easier. You can hide all of these things with that interface that I was showing you, so it becomes a little bit easier to use. And these are just the same, so they're just the same things copy-pasted, where I can change the different settings for each of them. It's a bit like in object-oriented programming when we have a class and we make different objects out of it, just that it's a little bit more direct. Yes?
So maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead here, but so you then one of the places inside of your game, can you have it?
Yeah. Yeah, in this case, as you can see, I have this tiny box called PD Unity. This is the one that I wrote to communicate with Unity. If we open it up, I'm sorry it looks a bit messy, again, but it's mostly just a big switch. The problem is that it's difficult, or at least at the time when I wrote this, I couldn't find a good way to integrate this directly into Unity. So this talks with Unity by sending TCP/IP messages, so basically over the internal network of your computer, over the local network. So this net receive is, receives messages at this port, 7778. And this is just some, debug stuff that I can see to see if we're getting the right things. And then these are, the inputs are sent here to change the different settings of the music generator in real time. Yes?
So
Sadly, this needs to be installed on the same computer, which is, that's why I said before that it can be a bit difficult to distribute it, because you can't just say, hey, here you go. You have one executable file that opens Unity and opens this, but you need to have pure data installed. This needs to run. I found a way to start both things at the same time, but you still need to have installed the interpreter, pure data, and that doesn't really make it very distributable. There have, yeah. It works very well for dynamic calls. It's just, it's actually perfect for that. The only problem is that it's difficult to set up. You know, like I can't just tell a user, hey, here's my file, execute it, and everything, and you play the game, everything is fine. It's more like, okay, you need to install pure data, then you need to run this file, then you need to run this other file, and for the purpose of experiments, it works because you control the machine and everything is fine. But if you want to just ask someone at home to use it, it becomes too messy. So that's the main problem that I have with this. At some point, there were some libraries that basically took all of pure data and squished it in so that you could control it in one, directly from Unity. But they're not, last time I tried them, they didn't work anymore on newer versions of Unity. It worked on 2018 version of Unity. And I don't know if there's something new now, but it's a good question, I'm not sure. But just to show you, like to simulate how this actually worked when you use it inside a game, as I said, Unity sends messages through TCP/IP. Those messages are received and basically activate some of these different moods. So let me just turn on the sound again. Maybe turn it down a little bit. So this is also very ambient as type of compositions. But let's say I want to go to miserable. Then I have these kind of presets that change the way that the music is expressed. Or I want, now it's like more boring. Or I feel a bit frantic. So we did a few experiments with this, with these different moods within games and how people perceive them. And I actually put together this arousal and balance controller. So in this case, we had some set ones. some kind of presets, let's say, but you can control it from here as well. So let's say I want something with low valence and high arousal. And then I drop down the arousal. And I drop it down even more. Get slower, more subdued. There's still a bit of dissonances involved. And then I'm bringing it up a bit in the valence, so it becomes a bit more positive. The sounds are a little bit nicer. There's less, as you can see, there's a nice diatonic scale, very simple, very major. And then if we increase the arousal, we have this nice rhythm and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with your data. It's quite cool. It's quite nice. It takes a little bit of a learning curve. It's not the same as usual programming languages, but it works really nicely for this type of music applications, because I mean it's made for music. It's made for audio. Right. I don't think I have anything else that. To add, unless you have any other questions. I think that's all I wanted to show you as a small tutorial of how you can start to put stuff together with your data, and also showing you a bit of a messier, more complex system. Right, so if you don't have any more questions, I think we can close it here. Of course, I'll be here a bit longer, so if you want to chat, both about music, games, or whatever you want, I'm here for you. Right, so thank you very much for today, and I think we're going to close here. Thank you.
I used to sometimes.
All right,
go
I
in-
switched it by accident, so we're going now.
Okay.
Welcome back. It's late. We're all tired, but we do want to close up today with some game jam tips and tricks roundtables. So, if anyone in the audience has questions, they don't pass them on. Obviously, anyone in person can ask questions as well. And then we're just going to talk game jams, right?
We're going to talk game jams, and so I think I'll just start with this of like, and for our panelists, what game jams have you personally been a part of, or been a part of the organizing on?
I mean, local scene of them, right?
I could care if it's international or
Yeah,
not. I just
no, I mean, like,
yeah.
most game jams have the local event space that you do, and
Yeah.
then a part of the larger one, right?
Yeah.
So we've done Ludum Dare now, right? And I've got that open in the tab here. Ludum Dare, they do their game jam 3 times a year.
Oh, Gavin, I think your microphone might be muted.
Mine is?
Yeah.
Oh. Hello.
There you go.
Lovely. So, yeah, so as far as game jams go, we've done Ludum Dare. We just did, what was it, this one? Ludum Dare 53?
Yeah.
We did at the end of May there. Next Ludum Dare is September to October, so a pretty good one there. We've also done the Global Game Jam. I think we did this exact one, right?
Yeah, we did that one.
And then,
Wait, no, we haven't. That's 2024.
oh, sorry.
We did the 23.
We did the
Same day,
winter one
2023.
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have also done, what other ones have you done?
The previous Global Game Jams.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we did some other Ludum Dares, but
There was also the game proposal jam that you did as well, which was, what was that, just because a little
So-
short notice? And
yeah, it was like basically just you pitch like a concept for a game, and yeah, that's
yeah, it's like
you
an
don't have to
elevator pitch.
actually
It's
make
almost
it.
like how the hackathons are all about the pitch itself rather than the actual end result. As far as other game jams of note that I would point out is the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam. We talked about them on Monday, how we went through their video tutorial of Unity. They do this every year. As you can see here, they've done it since 2017. Did they take any breaks? No. And they're always the biggest. They're the biggest game jam every year. In fact, they always seem to top their older one as well. So this one was Roll-Verse. Before that, it was Roll the Dice, joined together. And they always have little silly themes too, which are really nice. And the participation of their jams are insane, like crazy amount of participation at these ones. Let's see if I can click this and see. Well, there you go. 7,000 entries.
Yeah, so in my back history, again, Global Game Jam, you know, I was hosting one of the actual sites with a student group in Russia. We were like the biggest Russian site that was there. Not anymore. And then the other one I was doing was Proc Jam, which is a procedural content game jam. This was mostly done by Mike Cook and a group, and the idea there was kind of like making something that makes something. So this might not even just be games in regards to that, but the other thing that we had was actually even like one of these zines where it was kind of like a whole kind of. Oh, do you have it up there?
I was just looking for a talk term here.
Okay, if you go to it, we had a zine called Seeds. Go down. So I was also the editor on Seeds, which is this interesting. If you're interested in like procedural content generation, you just want to like read a bunch of stuff, and a lot of these guys are like big names, and
Hey, there you
including
are.
that guy. Yeah, that guy there.
That guy. You know
in
that guy.
procedural content generation that would do this. So this was kind of like after the game jam, we'd even have like a magazine that went out of like what we're reproducing. And
It's one
doing.
each year,
So,
right?
Yeah. I think I don't know when it's happening.
Are they
this
running it
year.
again?
Yeah, there was one last year. COVID kind of like punched it hard, but that was a big one that I was engaged in for quite a while. And so I'd say with this, what is the big value if you're an indie or new developer or a student of attending or participating in game jams?
I feel like it was brought up earlier today when we were talking about portfolio, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's the core thing is like, a lot of the times we don't have time to dedicate a full-time, part-time job or whatever while we're going to school, right? But by having these game jams that are literally just like a weekend intensive, you get something to add to your portfolio instantly, right? And obviously collaboration and learning new things and the themes themselves, the restriction sort of forces you into a new way of looking at things too, right?
Yeah, I also think one of the things that a lot of people overlook about game jams is that just the sheer like how short they are, because I think a lot of the time when you do a big project, you will create these huge ideas.
Yeah.
Like you'll be like, oh, I want an open world MMO, networks, AAA, and then you'll spend like 15 years working on it and then just scrap it because it sucks. But with a game jam, you can't really do that. You'll say, okay, I'll just have a simple game. Maybe it has one button, and that's the game.
And I think from my own experience of it too, it's one of these things where a lot of people don't really understand that, you know, minimal viable product is what you're aiming for in a game and a development. And I was even telling a story to Marco earlier today where, and Anita, she writes books. Like that's her big thing, and Marco does all the video games. And I was mentioning about this. I went to this one conference, and this guy comes up to me after this talk. I think it was an anime convention,
Nice.
and I was drafted onto in an emergency capacity onto a panel about like big giant robots and how they would work in real life, having to do with AI inside of the anime. And he comes up to me afterwards because he heard, oh, I'm like leading a game dev lab. And he says, I got this idea for a game. And I said, great, can you tell me your idea? He goes into his backpack and he pulls out a binder this thick. Okay, so like, just like this huge, giant, like Tolkien level thing. And you flip it, and like I took a look at it, I flipped through. And it was pretty much as if you had taken like, you know, the Warhammer 40K fluff, or like the entire like how the Landsrad works in Dune, or like every single house in Game of Thrones, and you had written like the whole like lineages of all these people and how the characters interact with each other and who hates whom and how this technology works. And it was like just this huge, giant world-building exercise where it was obvious he'd spent like 3-4 years on just this binder, and he was going out and commissioning artists to do pictures for it. Like he was going to like, you know, he's at an anime convention, so he's going to like these anime people, like, hey, can you draw my like my OCs doing this or whatever, right? It was just like this huge, giant folio, and he's like, hey, I want to turn this into a game.
What type of gameplay?
Yeah, and that was my first question, was like, okay, well, you got all of this. Do you have any experience with like developing a game? Oh no, I know nothing. Okay, you know, maybe he can find some developers. I said, do you know anything about like, you know, art, right? Maybe you could do the art for his game. Oh no, I hire people for. Okay. What do you know about like maybe you're doing this game like with all these pieces? It should have like this huge economy, right? Because he's doing like how they like do trading and bartering in their system and all that, and what currencies they use and pirates. I said, do you have an economics background?
Nope.
Okay, mathematics? Nope. And I said, sir, what you have just handed me right now is a book.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a book. Just write a book.
Write a book. That's what you're good at, right? Write a book. And
Joseph's
he just
LinkedIn?
slept.
Yeah, I can hear everything.
Slept.
Yeah.
That I dared say that he couldn't make a game. And it wasn't the fact that I was saying he couldn't make a game. I'm saying what he
No, I
has
just
there.
realized my
is
microphone
that
isn't
4
on. I can hear
years
it from
of
the
his life of
residue of the
all.
microphone.
Yeah, that's how I was like, Joseph, I think your mic's dead.
Here, you want to take my microphone and I'll charge that one?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like, your lights are off.
It's okay. We can still hear you fine.
Oh, good. I'm loud.
Yeah, just pitch through
Because I'm
everyone
loud.
else's. Yeah, so
The answer. Okay.
he has all this deep lore, but no actual game.
He had 4 years of this, and in that 4 years, if he had just taken, you know, a couple hours and done a Unity and done whatever, he would have seen that this is a much bigger undertaking.
Yeah, totally.
And it's fine if you're the person that likes to write that sort of lore and has that ability. Go do that. If you're the guy that likes to draw art, there's lots of things in games where games are built on art in a lot of senses, right? But it's that expectation, and I think the biggest thing that game devs learn from this is what is reasonable in those short time frames, what's expected. Scope down.
Yeah, that was actually going to be one of the tips that I was going to talk about for Game Jam. Which
Oh,
is like,
okay, good. I'm ahead of you.
when you I mean, we could get into that pretty quickly here. The only other thing I was going to mention, because we were talking about the general different game jams, Kenny Jam, for our demo, we used the Kenny assets.
Yeah.
He's got a jam coming up. And then the other set of assets that I was literally telling everyone about. So this one starts in a day, so it's the 20th, I suppose, is what they've got it set to. So it's the 20th. Also starting really, really soon on the 20th, this is the Cindy game jam, right? So like with your Unity student license, they give you the Cindy, like $150 worth of Cindy stuff for free. And they're doing a game jam as well, right? So there's a lot of the times the asset makers that you'll use also have their own personal jams that they run as well. And then the prizes for those, they'll actually be prizes a lot of the time, and they'll give you more assets and stuff, which is really cool. But yeah, as far as like tips go, like you were saying, is literally like the scaling down is such an important one.
It really is. And I think it's one of those things where there was a really good extra credits on this about what is a minimal viable product. And it's basically like, if you want to make Mario, it's like a block running down a thing with a pit is how they put it as minimal viable product, because it's at least something that you can like test and show that the core gameplay loop works. Yeah, that if you want to really understand what you should be trying to make, and maybe not this guy, but if you want to really understand what it is, I would say go and just watch this video, because it really does give a wonderful breakdown on what is inside of it and what you should have inside of it. And it's one of these things where if you can't get this up within about a week to 2 for just kind of a basic, hey, my thing works, then you really should be maybe scoping down differently to get that core gameplay loop. So
this is also perfect, like you're saying, this video is great because like, boom, if you go back like a frame there, this full list here, this is great advice for a game jam right here.
It really is. Like if I was doing a game jam, I would be looking into like that from simplest to hardest. And the other thing that we're not taking into account with this video and it goes into this, anytime that you add networking and you make something multiplayer, the complexity goes way up.
100%.
Like,
it is also a pretty intense way to like put a really like panache on your game jam game though. Like having multiplayer in a game.
Oh, it totally is. But when you're trying to do something along the lines of like an FPS, and you're doing all of the message passing protocol, expect to take a week just to get that working to a way that you want it to work with. It's perfectly fine to have that, but if your game jam is 2-3 days, unless you kind of have that set to go and you have it set at launch, like I'm going to do a multiplayer game and this is the package that I'm using and I know how to use it, great. And I think this is another thing, and you brought up like these different development organizations put their software out to free or cheap use because they want to bring customers in. This is a great way to kind of showcase how they can do this. Like Godot and things like that, right? Like they're basic, simple engines. If learning Unity, like just even getting started on learning Unity, we've seen you can't do in a week. You're not going to be able to even do it inside of this session that we're putting together, and we've got a whole week to work on this. And you guys probably are going home and playing around with stuff too. It's not going to happen in this kind of short time frame. But there's other systems where maybe you can bootstrap it together. And another thing is if you have that minimal viable product before you walk into the game jam, you have those tools ready.
At the very least, it doesn't hurt to practice beforehand, right? Like that was for the one where we got the theme as roots. I practiced with the Flappy Bird demo, right? So I went from making. No, that's not what I wanted, but. Here, let's see if I can find mine here really quickly just to make the point.
And if you go on to even there, if you looked at like,
so I made this one as a practice just because I was like, okay, what can I quickly learn with Unity leading up to it? So I made that one night the day before, and then for the actual game jam, I made my actual game. Right?
Yeah, and a lot of the game jams too, they will sometimes, if they have a theme especially, they'll give you even like a short thing. Like when we did Proc Jam, we had asset packs that were available to people, and it was kind of interesting to see if 2 people take the same set of art assets and use them in 2 very drastically
I believe Global Game Jam
ways.
actually, I don't know if Jordy or Aiden can vouch for this, Global Game Jam gives you a sound pack that you can download for free.
Yeah.
Because I remember, I think that's where all my root sounds came from, because they give us like a big stack of nature sounds for free for everyone.
And a big part of these game jams, and I don't know whether you find this or not, is also it's a great way to kind of create a culture around this, because it is a lot of people that are in this kind of learning experience. And sadly, in a lot of software development things, like if you go to Stack, how many times have we gone to like Stack Overflow or one of those, and you say, I just need to make this thing work, and the two responses are, what, you're not smart enough to do it?
Just the most disrespectful things you've ever heard.
And like, oh, you shouldn't be using that language, you should use that language, and then a moderator going, this was already solved in a different, thing, go see this one, and then you go and you see it, and it's not solving your problem.
Yeah.
And that, again, this is because they've just opened it up to anyone.
That's why I don't post on Stack. I only
No,
look at Stack for reference.
no. You only go there for reference, because if you post a problem, you're going to be called stupid. And if you're learning something, here's the thing: you're stupid.
That's the point.
You're ignorant,
You're
right? Like that's
stupid.
the whole
That's
point
the
of
whole
learning
point.
something. If you're asking a question, it's because you don't know, right? So obviously, hey, you don't know this? No.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
But but don't expect that. It's like, well, you should be able to find it out. That's why I'm on this forum
That's what
to
this
ask.
is for. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't find that culture with a lot of the game jams, because it is a lot of people that are coming into it who are getting up in the industry and trying to do that. And the thing is, the industry people that go to those game jams and do those things, or the academics that go to those things, because a lot of academics love going to game jams and doing this, because the big thing is it's another opportunity of us to give back to the community and teach. Which we're expected to do as part of our, like, how you get tenure and how you do that. But it's also, so there's a benefit on the other side. But conversely, like, that is what I love doing, right? Like, that is why I went into teaching and didn't go for the big giant, EA job, or go for...
You do want to make money.
No, I don't. Money. Who needs that?
Those who teach don't make money.
Yeah. But that's what I find with like these game jams, is it definitely has a very different culture, especially because everybody's kind of going through it together, and you create that kind of I'll use maybe an antiquated term, battle brothers or battle sisters or battle persons maybe. We'll
Build a bond.
Yeah, but when you go through a shared experience like that and you create these kind of teams and you have that, it really does change it. Like, there is a reason, and especially these days with COVID and having to do everything online and having to do that, we have so very few instances where we can go and like meet and gather like this. And this is really like, with this event here, right? I'm sure some of you are going to now see me in the hallways and not be as fearful to talk to a professor because you've seen me up here, wearing a goofy, Left 4 Dead T-shirt, and like, that this is what I'm passionate about. Okay, maybe it's not goofy, but to some people they would say, hey, I'm not wearing, a suit and tie to do teaching. Oh well,
So realistically, we all like game jams. That's kind of the consensus, is that they're great.
Yeah.
There's lots of reasons to do them. What about like any advice for when you are actually doing them, right? So maybe now we've sold it. What's the tips? What are your go-to tips for doing a game jam?
Just because you're in a game jam does not mean that you can give up on the fact that you're a biological creature and require sleep, nourishment, and to bathe every once in a while. Those are very important things. I think this is the same with anime conventions, right? There's, the rules of like this many hours of sleep, this many showers.
4.5 hours of sleep, a shower every weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you would hope more than that.
You hope every day, but you've been to a con, that's all.
Yeah, some people see this as like, this is my weekend, this is the only time that I have, and then they get into a crunch mentality, and then they blow themselves out over it. So I would say, like, yeah, you're doing that, but like set realistic expectations on what your time is going to be inside of that. Do not, there's the old fear of missing out thing.
FOMO,
Yeah. But again, it's like, if you can even devote 8 hours out of your day to work on this passion project of yours, take that. And don't think also that, the game jam lasts from this day to this day, and if I don't have the thing in...
It's 48 hours long, I'm going to stay awake for all 48.
Yeah, no, that's not what you should be doing. And the other thing with that is, if you don't get it done and you don't submit, Proc Jam was really good at this because what they said is this is the time that we're all going to get together and have like the forum going and everybody's going to do it. But you can submit at any time.
A lot of game jams have gotten into doing a week-long jam.
Yeah.
Where basically they reveal the theme on the Monday, and they're like, okay, cool. Now put it in Sunday night, and then for the people who want to do the tight game jam, they'll do it over 48 hours.
Right.
I really prefer a week or 72 hours. Because I've never been able to get something like done in 48 hours, and the last jam was 72, and I think I slept for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's
during
nice
all
having that like
and then I
9
did
a.m.
manage
to the
submit something.
9 p.m. or 9 a.m. on Monday,
and,
whatever. Yeah.
and if you want to willingly subject yourself to that, like that is your plan, and you work all week and you figure that out, and that's the time that you have to devote to it, okay, that's on you. But what I'm saying is, don't think that you have to just because someone else
Yeah,
is.
definitely.
Like, it really is like, you know, these things are for fun. Nobody is judging you, nobody is evaluating you. Maybe they have some prizes or something like that, but again, it's something where
Most of
you're
the time, the
building that.
prizes tend to be like, at least the important, the big ones tend to be participation based, anyways, right?
Right.
What about you, Jordy? What is your tips for game jams?
I feel like usually, I feel like most of them have been covered already. But honestly, my biggest one is just scope. Like, I feel like you remember Pebble, right?
Yeah.
So during the I think it was the winter game jam, we made this game called Pebble, and we had like
Pebble's
big
Pilgrimage.
plans, but one of the problems was that there was just too many people, like way too many people. There was
I think we had maybe 6 people involved there.
yeah, six people, and like 3 of them were doing coding, and everyone was just coding over each other and doing the same things. And
You did some. You were doing rendering.
Yeah.
Aiden, you were doing some of the coding.
Yeah.
Matt was doing some coding. Dawn was doing some coding. Zoe was doing some of the cutscene art.
Yeah.
And then I was doing the actual like modeling for Pebble and enemies and stuff like that. And there was just so many hands in the kitchen. So I mean, obviously that's also a tip, is literally just like separate the workload into logical sections, right? Like if someone's making the player, sweet. Someone's making the enemies, fine. But like don't have like 3 people working on the player controller at the same time.
Yeah, and I think this is somewhere where having that subversion and having that design philosophy moves into this. There's sadly so much work that's done on great software design principles that does not translate over into the games development industry, and doesn't translate especially into indie developers, because it's like, oh well, why would I care about, like, you know, how you're supposed to do software correctly? I'm making a game. No, like it's a piece of software, so you can put into practice those good techniques like minimal viable product and a burn down chart and coordination and a GitHub. So all of those, like, they're done inside of these big giant software firms and for these big giant projects with hundreds of people working on this because they work and because they allow for communication between these teams.
I think honestly, my main advice from not just my personal, but also from when we went to GDC, we went to a game jam panel, was there's 2 sections of advice. The first one is figure out your 3 C's, which is figure out your character, your camera, and your controls, right? So if your game, and controls being gameplay itself, right? So like a third-person shooter is different than a top-down shooter, right? So if you figure those out, lock that in, figure out what your little like pseudo-narrative, your characterization, your plot or whatever, right? Then figure out the camera, so top, first person, whatever you do, right? 2.5, whatever. And then like figure those pieces out first, and then as like a team, right? And then the other piece would obviously be like how to separate your days, right? So like for day 1, that's usually what, 6 to midnight would be Friday for most of these. Brainstorm with your group, plan it out, like figure out your minimum plan, exactly who's doing what. Day 2, code. Like by the end of day 2, to really prove that you're getting your scope down, day 2, you should have a functioning prototype, right? Like you don't need art on this thing, you just need to have coding, playing, basic stuff that way, and then on day 3 you can slap all the art on top, right? And then, you know, put some polish on it and submit it, right? The other thing was that as far as things that get like missed in a game jam that really add a little bit more of that like last minute polish, a title screen. a little credits, some sort of win condition, right? So if you get there, have that little credits. And then one other thing that really like adds a lot of oomph to your game, sound. Take the time at the end of your, before you submit on the third day, put in sound effects for when you hit, put in sound effects for when you're walking, some background music, right?
I think I would add that like one of the most important things, or like a really useful thing that I did, was to fake as much as possible that, like the most small details that you can fake without doing very much work. Like I wrote one soundtrack for my song, or for my game. So there's one song playing in the background, and I faked adaptive music. And when you were doing like the 10th section of the game, it literally just doubled the hi-hat, so it was playing on 8 notes instead of quarters, and it immediately makes the tension more because it's going a little bit faster.
But I think like honestly, like planning your days out, adding a little bit of polish at the end there. As far as that first night goes, realistically though, don't expect to even like make it to a computer, I think, on that first like 6 hours. Especially if you are trying to like figure out who's doing what and brainstorming.
And I think this is another thing where if it allows for it, do a little tiny bit of pre-coding, like get that kind of like, if you know this is a first-person shooter jam, great. As you said,
build a controller.
Build a controller, like have that.
Even if you have to code it from scratch, you can have
your
your old controller sitting here, and you could literally just retyping the whole thing just to make. If you're for controllers, absolutely. Because you're learning it, right? So if you're planning on making a third-person game, follow the tutorials the week before, learn to make a third-person controller.
I mean, the other thing is that allowed? You know, are you trying to win the award that you followed everything, or are you trying to learn the system? Right? So if you're just kind of like, you know what, I really don't care if I win the you know, the problem is that as soon as they put these types of things in, people go, well, there's a prize, therefore it's a competition, and it has rules. And it's like, but what are you there for?
Even so, like, the expectation is that you're learning,
Yeah.
right? So if you have a video tutorial that you're watching, and you're typing as you go, that's allowed, right? Following video tutorials is fine. So why not learn a few days ahead of time, learn a first-person controller, learn a top-down controller, because the controller is going to be one of those big things where it's like, that's going to take you forever. So like learn some of those basic controls, pick up, move, all that stuff, right? And then like when the game jam happens, depending on how your team and theme work out, you've got the skill at least, and you've got a basic understanding. So if you pull up your script here and you just start retyping and customizing it to what you need.
Like at a lot of the ones that I've been to too, there has been this thing of like, no, you're allowed to bring in stuff that you've already created, but this is supposed to be like, this is your time to kind of like learn new things, talk with people about it, utilize it as a resource for it. So I think it also depends on what the purpose of the game jam is. If it's like one of these, hey, you know, we're going to show what we can make in 2 days and we're big time, you know, game developers, and you're just starting out, well, you're probably not going to win the prize anyhow. So if you cheat, who cares, right? Like go right ahead.
It's not cheating. It's like when you turn on the handicap in a fighting game.
No, but again, it's one of these things of like the reason why they have these things at the end of the day, the reason is to get everybody, you know, practicing this or using this thing. If there's a competition on top of that and you violate the rules of the competition, but you're never planning on, you know, going to that competition anyways, then great. Go ahead. Like, why care? You know.
I feel like these guys also have game jams. It's not important, but I feel like the Clickly House.
Also, the other thing is, honestly, like, if you are going to take the exact same approach, change almost absolutely nothing about your code, then why don't you just reuse it? Because it's not like you're learning anything new, and like compared to something like a game engine or, you know, art assets or sound assets, the amount of time you're saving by, you know, using those is just huge.
And that's the other thing, is like, for a game jam, you personally do not have to do every single thing. Like, you can have a team, and you can also use prefab, like you can go on Humble Bundle and pick up a bunch of junk assets. You can go on Patreon and find somebody who makes pixel art, right? Like,
there's a
no
lot of
cheap
cheap as free assets on the Unity store. There's a lot of cheap as free assets, you know, around. And great, your zombie, like, it's different if you're like the Romine brothers and you're creating like digital homicide and you're just like adding a few Unity assets and gluing it together and just doing an asset swap and trying to make money off of it. Or if it's just, hey, I'm doing this so I can show how like a first-person shooter with this cool weapon that I built works, right? Like if you buy a bunch of zombies and they're mismatched or whatever, or they're not there, great, but you have a stand-in. You know, for those of us that are Warhammer 40K, you know, fans, right? Like acting as this, right? Like that's you put proxies into it.
And yeah, like you're saying is like you are allowed to use things that other people created as well, right? Like for Pebble, when we were talking about that, I think we tried to get this working in there so that he had little silly hair physics on his leaf, right? So like there's just a little. Yeah, it was a little daisy, and he gave him little like movement physics, because like if you want something that makes something look a little bouncy, right? So we'll go over here, right? Make it have that little bounce effect, right? Where is it? There you go. See how they don't expect you to code that by yourself, right? But if it's something cute, as long as you give acknowledgements, you're usually pretty okay too, right?
Yeah.
I remember flowers specifically because it had to do with the story that never really.
There was the cutscene. The cutscene was there. Let's see here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the time it's more a sense of pride that you just need to like swallow if you want to like actually get something complete and learn it. Because I think for the longest time I had this mindset where I'd think, oh, I have to make this. I have to make everything. Like I have to make the music, I have to make the art, I have to make the programming.
Which is silly, because like realistically, if you actually got a job in the game industry, you're not doing every single job on a game. No. You're not Concerned Ape.
Well, I mean,
you don't need to make all of Stardew yourself.
It's different for like if we go right now and I'm gonna make you dinner. Are you going to complain by the fact that I used like a pack of ramen noodles and then I made like fresh chicken to put on top of it? And then I did like...
Well, you didn't make the noodles yourself?
I know, right?
You didn't collect the eggs yourself from the chicken that you have?
No.
You didn't birth the chicken?
Yeah, exactly. Like you didn't slaughter it. No, I didn't. So it's one of these things of like, where is that line of what I'm willing to put the effort into of it? And if I'm just trying to learn how to cook chicken, I'm not going to take the time to. If I want to learn how to make noodles, I'm going to do that, and then maybe I'm going to get already pre-cooked.
That's a separate jam. That's a separate game jam.
That's a separate game jam. So, you know, again, it really is effectively making your time work. And sadly, I have to. Goodbye, everyone.
That's okay. We're almost done here, anyways.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I suppose the last thing we really want to do here is like, does anyone have like questions that they want to ask that we could potentially try and answer? I mean, we're just as inexperienced as you guys, but if anyone has questions.
You have to answer what you have to give us a question.
What are good resources for, say, making sure that I'm not just coding everything by scratch?
Well, I think the big thing is that you probably will end up coding a lot of it from scratch, but I know that there's a few really good tutorials out there. Let me find a few here for you. Game dev tutorials. So I believe it's gamedev.tv. They're very good tutorials. I don't know if this is going to load well. Yeah, these guys are really good. If you can, sometimes they go in Humble Bundles and you can get like really cheap versions of their stuff. And they've got a lot of really good tutorials for like Unity bundles and stuff like that. Other ones that I've seen that have been really good is obviously the Game Maker's Toolkit one. That's the one we worked through as a group. Where else are we looking? If you want like logic, Design Doc is really good for like from a logic perspective of like thinking about game design. Where is obviously more Game Maker's Toolkit is really, really good. Brackeys has some really good stuff.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the times, if you're going to try and learn, your best course of action is to follow these sort of like tutorials, and then obviously they tell you how to code it, right? So you follow the tutorial ahead of time, and then when the game jam happens, you've learned all these different tutorials so that you've coded it before, reference your code. There's no reason, it's your code, right? There was one more that I'm trying to find here, and I don't see him. There was a really good one that I referenced for third-person movement control.
And the other thing is, a lot of the time, it's good, even if you think you know the answer, a lot of the time it's really good to just look at a tutorial, because a lot of the time, there will be a better approach. Like almost all the time, there will be a way that's better or more effective or just easier to do it than the way that you often will, because it's kind of ridiculous to just assume that there isn't a better way to do, that someone out there on the internet doesn't have a better solution, because it's you versus like
everyone.
Yeah,
in theory, you're comparing yourself to everyone.
Like several billion people. So
these tutorials here by Chris Tutorials are really good as well for 2D. He taught me a lot about like he added in screen shake, which was really cool. Like when you did impact, you could add screen shake. Lots of really interesting thing about like setting up the animator and stuff like that too, right? Like there's so much good stuff out there. Yeah, so you can shake the camera.
Yeah, it was just like I've seen so many tutorials that just like use a whole bunch of side functions.
No. There's way easier. Like this tutorial here, there's one where it's like if you get hit, it's just the screen. You can just make the camera go really briefly, and it works way better. And like I was saying, is if you're trying to, there's some things you can cheese as well with the animator. I was talking about this the other day, where in the Unity animator, I'll open it up and I'll show. I don't know if I can show it too much, but in the Unity animator, you can cheese things so that on specific frames you can call specific functions, just like you would with like code. So you can have it when like my character in Face Station, when he hits the whip down, the moment that whip makes contact, I had a function that spawned the hitbox, and so I had the hitbox spawning on a specific frame of my animation by calling it that way, right? And then I did the same thing with the sound, where I played the sound at the same time too, right? So it's like, if you use the animator, a lot of the times you can cheese a lot of Unity with that drag and drop methods and calling functions and stuff like that, making the public using the animator as well as the animation controllers and stuff like that, right? So not everything needs to be code-based too, which is nice if you want to cut down on your coding. And then obviously if you want to, there's visual code as well. There's Bolt that you could do. If you really don't, because we used Bolt for our first game actually. Yeah, so when we did Cloudy here, I'll show you that. When we did Cloudy here, Cloudy we made with Bolt. We just visually coded the whole thing because it was easy. None of us had used Unity before. It was our first time even looking at it. And we're just like, okay, what do we do? And we ended up just using the visual code because it was early in our CS, so we hadn't done C# yet. And it worked. And I mean, I'll show you another thing even in this game that we did here is literally like, we didn't make the rain effects, but we, run it in. We didn't make the rain, but it's cool, like. So like those rain effects there, right? They hit we've added colliders on the top here, and when it hits it, it splashes. Boop, boop, doop, doop. But yeah, like you can borrow things from the store too, and a lot of stuff is free. Like, I think Zoe made the skybox and the art there for everything here. And, but as far as like the rain goes here and this like mist effect and the music, I don't think. Yeah, there's a nice big one in the back on there. But yeah, no, you don't have to make everything yourself. We would never have had time to code full rain physics simulator. I think the Bolt tutorials, even where I learned how to make the little level HUD for that one too, right? Like, so many tutorials out there, so good. It's good stuff. Are there any? Did we answer your question?
Second one. Do you have any tips for collaborating with other people? Like, namely, working with other people, acknowledging their ideas while still keeping things within a decent scope.
Yeah, I think the big thing when it comes to working in groups that we've done multiple different versions of this, right? Like, We've done ones where it was just like me and one other coder and Zoe, right? But then we've done one where it was like 6 of us, right? And then we've done ones where I was alone. So I think my first advice is don't work alone. It's hard to keep yourself accountable. It helps to have, yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, I was doing this for the fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be 2 people who can code is kind of the more relevant thing, right? Like art is a separate thing, sound is kind of a separate thing too, right? But like, I think once you have 2 people who are responsible for like the actual like core of the gameplay, like between the coding of level design, AI, all that stuff, right? Players, when you have the 2 people, you can go back and forth a lot more. You can half split the work down the middle, and that's literally amazing. So I think the big thing is literally like come up with what you guys want to do together first. Like that's why I would say don't come into the game jam with a plan. Both sides can come up with something. You guys all work together on it. And then when you're discussing it on that first night, doing all the pre-planning, you could start doing, like we talked about state machines, you could start doing that as part of the planning as well, right? Like, because the state machines aren't that complicated. So like leveraging a lot of that brainstorming time, literally like if you've got 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever it ends up being, it's not too bad to pop a squat, hang out with some buddies, grab a whiteboard and a marker, and brainstorm as a group, right? And I would say probably 3 people is probably like a perfect amount, especially if one of them you are offloading, like one of the 3 goes like, okay, so you're responsible for, you know, asset procurement, asset creation, as well as like sound and stuff like that, right? So like the polish side of things, you're like, okay, you take care of polish. We'll work on the actual like level design, coding, all of that.
Yeah, I
right?
think ideally you should have one coder.
Yeah.
Like because it's just so hard to manage when you have 2 people who don't understand
Each person
each other.
doing one thing is really good, but I think that if like a lot of the times it helps to have a second person who can handle like NBAI, for example.
Yeah.
Right? Like coding in that state machine and stuff like that could be really beneficial, right?
Yeah, like, and, okay, I think this one sounds obvious, but in practice, a lot of the time, it's not what happens, is make sure the person that you're working with is someone you get along with, and someone that, like, you
actually does the work.
And also, like, someone that you can, like, trust, someone who's, like, reliable, and ideally, like, you already, like, you're already on, like, good terms, and, like, they aren't just, like, I find, like, the best people. Yeah, like, not, like, just some random dude that you know nothing about, and they have, like, they have no real want or reason to.
I suppose that's also the thing is like you can't pressure people to dedicate their weekend to it. Make sure that the people you get involved with actually want to be there.
Yeah.
Because like if you put pressure on someone, they're just not going to commit. Like I think it was Infestation, I was supposed to have 2-3 more people working with me, and I tried to pressure them into it, and they're just like, yeah, okay, fine, we'll help, and then they didn't. The other thing I would say is literally like challenge yourself when you're done the game jam. Like, put an hour in each night to try and add a small little feature that you couldn't fit in.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's really cool to go back in after the game jam once everything's calmed down.
Yeah.
And just add a little bit of polish.
Because sometimes people have like really good ideas in their game jam, but then since they're so rushed in making it, by the end the code is like unreadable.
Yeah.
And then that's what I always do. Because first like 48 hours is like, okay, this is great. It's like, it's scalable. It's great. Like I can add to this. And then the last 24 hours is like, oh no, I have to program this. And then just like hard coding things into the thing.
And that's also why I think you should have one programmer.
Yeah.
Because
You're asking a lot from one person, I think.
yeah, because as someone who is an artist and a programmer, I will get drafted as the artist, but then I will also end up doing a lot of the programming. But about half of the time will be me asking Michael, why is all of your variables named A, B, C, D, A1,
Name your stuff.
A5?
Name your stuff so other people can read it. In fact, put comments in your code. I know none of us will ever freaking do it, but you should put comments in your code.
Don't name all of your functions hell.
It's hard.
Please work, or
Hail Mary.
Have you seen the comments in Valve's code, like the video of that? It's like, dear God, why is this working?
We need to tier 2 codes.
Well, I'm going to switch the screen.
This is actually so good.
Oh, I love this video.
This isn't particularly efficient. Too bad. This is a stupid fix, but I don't have time to do a cleaner implementation.
This is every game jam.
This is a bad way to implement Half-Life 1 style sprite fonts, but it will work for now. This is like a bad idea, but it's fine for now. Move it into place and resize. This is terrible, but the GUI has forced my hand. This doesn't account for children of hierarchy. Too bad. Effectively inherited from earlier code. WTF. Multi-threaded badness. This will cause a crash. Grab John or let John know. This code didn't port easily. WTF does it do? I don't know why. I don't want to know why. I shouldn't have to wonder why. But for whatever reason, this stupid panel isn't playing out correctly unless we do this terribleness. Use an epsilon, damn it! This is catastrophic. Don't do this. Someone needs to fix this. Because nobody could ever possibly attempt to device bad data. It could never possibly happen.
I'm sorry, are you telling me that this is actually in the game?
Yes, this is real Valve code that's like in the game currently.
Lovely. Lovely.
I love how there's memory leaks still in the game.
But it doesn't make
The third one. They don't make the third ones. They did. They got too stressed out. Yeah. That was the highest number they could count to, and they skipped 3.
Yeah.
I think that's the gist of it, though, honestly, though. Like, I think find 3 people, separate the workload, and like you guys were saying, yes, it's really good to have one person coding, but I think one thing you can also do is if one person ramshackles some sort of duct tape together prototype, it isn't a bad idea to have somebody who can swap in and fix the bugs too, right?
Yeah.
For example, when we did my version of Diggy Worm, right? Like, it spawns infinitely and then eventually just spawns a wall of fruit, right? So somebody who's like, as you're ramshackling this, a lot of the times I find that you get like super hyper-focused on what you're doing. You're like, I can't stop until I finish this piece, right? And then like by the time you've jumped from one of those to one of those to one of those to one of those to one of those, and then it's like 12 a.m. And you have to go to sleep and you're like, okay, hopefully this is good. And you just like submit it and hope for the best. And like a lot of times that extra polish could have come in from someone else too, right? Who were like, when you swap basically like shifts as if you were doing like a job, right? Like somebody swaps in after you and they work on it and then you pick it back up in the morning, right? So like swapping, you're right, it is very hard to get 2 people working on the same chunk code at the exact same time, but if you can alternate between the 2 of you to keep yourself more refreshed and stuff like that, that tends to help as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To allow things to work like on their own as best as you can. So if you're like creating like maybe some dust animation after you go walking, then make sure that the piece of dust can manage on its own. I agree with Jordy in thinking that it's maybe a good idea just to have one programmer, but I also agree with you in that it makes sense to have someone do enemy AI.
Especially if there are separate systems, right? Like, so you could do collision on the player controller, right? But what if you wanted someone to manage to do all the menus, to do cutscenes, right? Like, there's a ton of parts of games, especially game jam games, that we skip, right? And a lot of that stuff could be being built by a second person, right? Like a loading screen, some settings. Wouldn't that be amazing? A volume slider? How about making sure that you can close your game?
Yeah, I actually totally agree. It's just before you get the second programmer, make absolutely clear like that they're gonna like only that like who's doing what, like they're only gonna do this, they're not gonna touch this part of the code because that's another person's job. Like,
and I mean, there's lots of stuff you could do that is more fun than just menus, right? Like cutscenes, for example, one, if you wanted to add in some sort of narrative to your game, right? Like that's a whole other section of layout that you have to pop up on the screen like HUD with like a moving chat box and stuff. Because I think for Infestation, I just had a text box pop up on screen and then delete itself after it moves through. And like there are way better ways to do chat, text, and stuff like that, right?
And then when we do Pebble, I literally just kind of pop in and be like,
It was
something that started like.
You were talking about how sound effects are one of those, like we talked about how it adds a lot of that oomph to it in polish, right? And like
Sorry about that.
having somebody who's in charge of, you know, implementing sound is a whole thing too, right? And it doesn't necessarily need to wait to the very end as well, right? Especially, and if you have someone, that person who's in charge of sound, he's also the person responsible for creating the beginning of the game, the menu screen, the exit screen, the ability to close the game. Because like, how many games have you opened up at a game jam where you had to Alt F4 to close the games?
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
or like the default Unity escape.
it's not even built in by default. You have to code it. There's application.quit.
So Unity games that just close when you press escape.
Yeah, you can press escape and you code it. You literally go like on update, press escape, application.quit, and you need to code that in there. That's all it is. It's literally application.quit, and you can do that. But like, how often do we not do that? How many times do you have to like Control Delete or Alt Tab so you can close the game off the start menu, right? Like a lot of these little basic things at least make your games feel more polished, and someone else can be involved with that too, right? I don't know, I think two coders is good. I think you just need to make sure that you're separating the work in a logical way and not do what we did where we had 3 people trying to make a moving controller at once.
very good communication.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from the planning too. Like I think honestly, if you do a good job planning on the Friday night, you don't need to be talking to each other on the Saturday.
yeah.
As long as you guys have the ability to use a shared file, you don't need to be going back and forth all the time on Saturday. And then come in on Sunday, see where you're at, and then push through the last little bit of coding and add the polish, right? Like that Saturday, you're realistically, you could be on your own, doing your own section of things, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm not sure what else.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, there you go. That's Game Jam tips for people who've done 3 of them.
I guess maybe I'd say one more thing, which is that be patient when you're with yourself.
Yeah.
Making game jams, as in like, the first time you do a game jam, you're not going to finish your game. It's like, almost certainly. But I've probably done like 2 or 3 now. And on the 3rd, I had like a game that was actually finished. Mm-hmm. And on the 1st and 2nd, it was rough.
I think funnily enough as well, like, make sure that when you are doing your, okay, that's fine. Your thing, that you pick like a perspective that's easy. Don't try and make an RTS. That sounds like a nightmare. Like they said how racing games were probably the easiest. I'm not sure how true that is, but like a basic top-down game, super easy. A basic top-down game is super good.
Sorry about that.
The other thing I would do is take the time to learn the Unity's new controller. It's really, really good. You map button presses to it, and then you can map those on multiple devices. So you can have controller support and mouse and keyboard support set up super easy if you learn the new Unity controllers.
Camera function challenge.
Unity has a new control method. So what we were doing for the demo as well as yesterday, where it's like, oh, F button key down dot is this. There's a better way to do it. Is the stream over?
Yeah, I guess I'll end it now. Thank you for watching, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow.
On the second day, or the next day.
Tomorrow we got Joseph talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.